All right, this is, June sixth pre-agenda meeting, you ready,
Okay.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes. Call to orders, Chairwoman Barbara Aycock. We have allow Commissioner Bevan Foster to join via Zoom meeting. Is he still doing
He's
that?
supposed to be here today, Toby was anyway.
Invocation is Commissioner Freeman Hardison. Pledge of Allegiance is Commissioner George Wayne Aycock. Then we have the approval of the minutes and discussion and adjustment of the agenda. I don't know, we possibly have one additional special presentation that'll happen, but we'll know at 9.
We'll know at 9.
Yeah, we'll know if they show up at 9, we'll add them when you adopt your agenda. Then special presentations, we have a plaque presentation to the Wayne Executive Jetport Director Brandon Gray. I think, Mr. Daughtry, are you going to handle that?
Absolutely, I appreciate you allowing me to do that.
And then we have a motion to approve the 2023 Juneteenth National Freedom Day Proclamation. We need somebody to read that.
Commissioner
I'll be
Hardison.
doing that.
Okay, Commissioner Hardison.
Madam Chair, has that date been corrected? I noticed the
It
date.
has.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
And then on number 6 is an update of our summer youth employment program. And then at 9:30, we'll hold a public comments on the proposed budget for Wayne County for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023. The Board of Commissioners may choose to take action following the public hearing, anytime after the public hearing.
But we are going into a work session later, so we probably are not going to make a
But
motion to approve
You can
that.
adopt it after the work session if you wish, or you can adopt it at any meeting before, as long as we do
Okay.
it before July the 1st.
Okay, thank you.
And let's see, consent agenda, we'll move to budget amendments.
Have quite a few this morning with it being near the fiscal year end. Your first budget amendment,
Mess up here, Barbara.
I'm sorry.
I'm asking Barbara, how do I get to them?
Oh, okay. I'll wait just a minute then.
Let's see. On page, back. And so,
You were sure not.
there you go, you're in,
Right here.
yeah.
So this thing here ain't
Well,
working.
probably ain't charged up, that's the problem.
Punch it.
Save. There you go. All right,
Okay. So your first budget amendment is for the hospitalization fund, requesting to reallocate $45,000 from the insurance and bonding line item to professional services. This is, prior year invoices were included in our payments this year, so it did result in a shortage in this line item, but we do have the funds without appropriating fund balance. Your next budget amendment, do you want me to wait a minute, or? Okay, sure. Sorry.
Boy, I hit the wrong one.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. We good? Okay. Your next budget amendment is for animal control. We are requesting to reallocate $13,000 from the regular salaries and wages line item to overtime. This is to cover overtime resulting from vacant positions in that department.
Can I ask a question on that right quick?
Yes,
Not-
sir.
Not necessarily on the budget amendment,
Okay.
but, watching the local news channels, all of our surrounding counties are having the same problem that we're having. I mean, no one has the answer, I don't guess, on what to do with all these animals. I mean, Wake County, I think they said was 30-some over right now. I mean, what, I know that's a loaded question, but what do we do?
I think, I believe as part of the budget package, some alternative benefits have been explored. I don't want to speak.
I know
Well, I mean,
Wade County
you're
said
talking
they
about
were-
as far as
Wade
the
County said they were
animals.
waivering the adoption fee to try to help.
Yeah, we do that too from time to time. Whenever we get full, we try to run specials and we try to resource some of them to other, animal groups that specialize in particular breeds. And then some of them are just not adoptable at all.
Well, that's what I was figuring, saying I didn't know what kind of word to use. Some of them you can say that they're basically not adoptable, but a lot of them are beautiful animals.
I agree.
Yeah.
This is nothing new. We battle this daily for 20-some years that I know of.
Okay,
But
we move on.
We stay right on the verge of at capacity all the
Yeah,
time,
and what
battling.
Wade County said part of their problem is with the economy and all, the families just can't afford to keep them. And that's probably true.
Probably
Okay.
true, probably true.
Do they have a Facebook page where they put pictures of the animals and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
want
try
to
all
adopt all of them when
grades.
I see their pictures.
We carry them out in public, they do a lot of things to try to get them
Miss
adopted.
Barber just fixed the problem.
Well,
Put
I
the
mean,
pictures on there, she'll adopt them.
I mean, at my age, I don't want, I mean, an animal is like a child, you gotta look after them, and at my age, I can't do it. But it's just heartbreaking to see some of them that needs a home.
Yeah, they do.
I agree.
Okay. Our next budget amendment is for Services on Aging, requesting to reallocate funds. This is within their grant line items for the Transportation Coordinator position. And this is supported by the Home Care HCCBG funds and also General Transportation funds. So they've had an employee that left and had to be paid out, and so they've hired a new employee and are reallocating funds to cover that through the rest of the fiscal year. You have a budget amendment for social services for $5,400. This is to reallocate service and maintenance line item to rental of equipment. The total cost for the copiers and printers that are used exceeded what they think they will use for the rest of the fiscal year, so they are covering that expenditure. Your next budget amendment is for the library. They have received a donation of $100 to be used for library materials, so they are anticipating those funds and appropriating the use of it. Your next budget amendment is for the sheriff's office for $25,000. This is to anticipate revenues of concealed weapons fees and the appropriated expenditure. This is to correct just general accounting. It used to be offset against just the expenditure, and we didn't recognize the revenue. And so it was kind of recorded at a net cost, and we want to be a little bit more clear in how that's handled. So we're recording the revenue separate at the gross amount and then recording the expenditure separately. You have another budget amendment for the sheriff's office for $4,040.58 to anticipate insurance proceeds and to go towards the repairs and maintenance of a vehicle. You have a budget amendment for the sheriff's office for $1,000 to anticipate insurance funds and to be used for repairs and maintenance of a vehicle. For the library, they received a donation of $97.84 to be used for library materials at Steele Memorial. That is anticipating those funds. We have another budget amendment for the library receiving $100 in donations, and this is for, I believe, the Goldsboro Library. This was a memorial donation and to be used for regular library materials. For the Health Department, they are requesting to reallocate $8,076.57. This is within their COVID-19 grant funds they've received, enhancing detection. And this is to be used to purchase a vehicle that will be used within this program and has been approved by the Department of Health and Human Services, and that has been included in the memo that is attached, that approval. Your next budget amendment is for the Health Department. They are requesting to reallocate a total of $14,535. And this is for their interpreting services through the month of June. So this is just their various grant programs where they use these services and to cover them through the rest of the fiscal year. You have another budget amendment for the Health Department for $65,000. They have received a Blue Cross Blue Shield and Duke Endowment Grant, and these funds will be carried forward into the new fiscal year and will be used for the dental program. Your next budget amendment is for the Health Department for $2,500, anticipating miscellaneous revenue specifically for Med-South lifestyle studies, and this is for health education in that program. For the Facilities Department, they are requesting to reallocate a total of $8,000 to pay for the water utility line item. This is just to cover through the rest of the fiscal year, and they are reallocating it from existing funds, not fund balance. You have another budget amendment for facilities, for electricity bills, a total of $44,000. This is to also cover through the rest of the fiscal year. The fees have increased. I'm sure we're all familiar with this. And so we are requesting funds from existing line items and did not have to use fund balance for that. For facilities, we are asking to reallocate $7,500 for the gas and diesel line item from janitorial supplies. This is to cover us for bills through the rest of June 30.
And you're gonna have a budget amendment on that right on, because the fuel's not gonna get better. Might as well get used to that one.
For the fleet department, we have a budget amendment to reallocate $11,000 from repairs and maintenance for the purchase of tires, because this expenditure has exceeded what was anticipated for the year, but this should get us through the rest of the fiscal year. For the sheriff's office, we are anticipating $1,606.02 for insurance claims and to be used towards the repairs and maintenance of the vehicle for the sheriff's office. We have a budget amendment for the sheriff's office for $5,523.67 for insurance proceeds on the repair of a vehicle. Next budget amendment is for the sheriff's office to anticipate controlled substance tax revenues for $2,872.03. Your last budget amendment is a large budget amendment. It's representing all the fire departments that we distribute taxes to, both property and sales tax. And we usually have one of these every year where we are adjusting to what their actual collections have been, because we do pay them out at zero every year to make sure that we've paid every penny out. So this budget amendment represents the adjustments to all those fire departments to make sure they're paid out all their taxes through June 30. We may have one more after June 30 just to true everything up.
So you basically got all the true figures now?
Well, not all of them. It's probably through the end of April. So she'll have one more that gets us through May and June, because we're still collecting some property taxes and we'll still have some sales tax come in through the end of June. And so then we'll do another budget amendment to adjust for those.
Can you please get me a printed copy of that when you,
Yes, sir, sure.
okay.
And that's everything. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Allison. Under consent, we have a motion to permit the Wayne County Public Library to apply for the Student STEM Enrichment Program funding offered by Burroughs Welcome for the UTEC Learning Lab North project. And a summary of it is the Wayne County Public Library is interested in applying for the Burroughs Welcome Fund Student STEM Enrichment Program for a project called UTEC Learning Lab North. According to information provided from Tim Dusick, the county's grant writer, the funding would provide middle school students with a design thinking-based, hands-on STEM learning experience that will provide students with foundational industry-relevant skills and preparedness for a successful post-secondary career pathway at either a community college or a four-year institution. The total funding request they're asking for is $180,000. It's a 3-year project length. There's no match on our part. So they're asking for your permission to apply for that. Is there any questions?
Where would that be located?
I'm not sure if that's something that the schools would, if they would work with the school system on, or if that's something that they actually would do in the library, or have possibly an outside event such as the Maxwell Center. I'm not sure. Alrighty. Number 10 is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-15, granting Hale Artificer permission to use pyrotechnics for the town of Seven Springs on July the 1st, 2023. That's been approved by our inspections office. Number 11 is a motion to adopt Resolution 2023-16, granting Hale Artificer permission to use pyrotechnics for the town of Pikeville on July 1st, 2023. Those have both been approved by our inspections office. And number 12 is a motion to award the detention center commissary services. Do you want to cover that?
Sure, the detention center is requesting to, award their commissary services to Oasis. And this is a change from who they are with now. They are going to be able to integrate the commissary with Paytel and all the other services that they use down there a little better. We have talked with them as far as the accounting for the inmate services and the bookkeeping for all of that, and we're satisfied with that. I believe Borden or Andrew has reviewed the contract and is satisfied with the contract that they have presented. And it will be effective, I believe, July 1st. Does that sound right? Okay.
Is this commissary also going to be supplying the food for the inmates?
No, sir, that is separate. Who's the company that we just went with? Airmark is the one that's gonna be providing the food services. The commissary will provide things like, if they want like canteen items, snacks, things like that, that will be used for that. And it tracks how much money they have on their account. It deducts, like if they owe for medical or if they owe for damages, things like that. It'll track all of that and adjust accordingly.
And do we receive a portion of those dollars?
Yes, sir, we do receive a percentage of those dollars.
And what percentage do we receive?
Let me look at that real quick. Do you remember right offhand, Andrew?
40.5%.
45.
45.
40.5, yeah.
40.5.
Yeah.
Elaine didn't go out of it.
Yeah, 40.5 of net commissary sales.
Whereas the other two were quoting a higher amount. Was there a particular reason why we chose?
Look, go down, scroll up. Oh,
Scroll up.
no, I'm sorry, scroll back up.
Oh, the other way.
Oh, right there.
I think one of the main reasons was
15 to
this North
30%.
Carolina company, they were quicker to respond for supplying the commissary.
Okay.
They can provide like next day delivery to our
And also
facility.
they are increasing their actual sales too. So they're increasing revenues on average 15 to 30%. So, okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Number 13 is a motion to approve award of the detention center tablet services. You speak on that.
And this one, This one I do not know much about. This is where you're gonna see a little bit of a gap where, our purchasing manager is not here. But they have bid out the tablet services and, that is also going to be, interacting with the commissary and how they order those items. And this is the one that they thought would be the best fit for, the detention center. So we've actually bid out, commissary, food services, and tablet services. I think that's pretty much everything in the last, few months, actually.
Through the tablet, I mean, I think they received their television, access to law library, books, magazines, and of course, it's a pay-go service. so-
Right.
And I think that's charged back through the same, system.
Right.
So the more they use it, the more,
Yes,
They are paying for it.
oh, yes.
and each,
How can you pay for something when you're incarcerated?
We get a 48% commission on
yeah.
They have different, through the commissary program, they have different ways that, like, well, first of all, if they come in with funds, those get deposited into their account, but family members can bring money to them, or they can deposit it online. They can call in and add money to their account. And they can also, I think there's gonna be some kiosks that are available for the deposit money, so that's how they add money to their
They
account.
also can contact their family,
Yeah.
message their family, FaceTime, talk.
And the tablets are
Application.
monitored.
That was my question. I'm glad you answered that because I was concerned about them having access to the law library.
Oh, yeah, it's
But
in here.
is that, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but, you got a lot of inmates who don't have family members who can give them any funding. So is there do they have free access to the law library?
Yes, sir. She has specifically on here that the law library is free to the inmates.
Alright.
Yes, sir. And Paytel, I believe, was the one that integrated kind of the most seamlessly with the commissary program, so that there wasn't as much, bulkiness with trying to track all the paid services versus non-paid services.
And it's one per inmate instead of one per 20, right?
Yes, sir, that's right. They currently had one per 20 inmates, and it will be changed to every inmate now. That's right.
Wow, that's a big change.
Do we know what the initial cost is gonna be?
It's through the,
It's
there's no cost, it's through the.
no cost to
tablet.
us.
Right.
No cost to us? Okay, move on.
Okay. The next one is number 14, motion to approve the sale of surplus property located at 125 and 412 South Church Street, Mount Olive, NC.
Good morning. This is a surplus property we acquired via foreclosure. Somebody reached out a couple weeks ago and has offered $5,000 for both of the parcels. They're vacant, there's nothing on there. We sent notice to all the surrounding property owners and didn't receive anything. And if you approve it today, then we'll go through upset bidding. And we will split these proceeds with the town of Mount Olive as well.
Is that the one that we thought was on Carnegie Street? 125 is on Carnegie and the other one's on Church, is that the one?
Yeah, it's right there at the corner,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
Mhm,
okay.
Yep. But the two lots are side by side,
We'll share any net proceeds, is that correct?
right. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. All righty, and now moving to the last one is a motion to approve canceling the July 4th, 2023 Board of Commissioners regular meeting. Any questions on that one?
Lost it again, Barbara.
There you go. You got it.
Then, any questions? We'll move on to new business.
No.
And will be motion to approve a 10-year lease of 609 South Wilson Street, Fremont, NC 27830 for a Northern Wayne County Library branch. We can go over that in the regular meeting since it's new business, unless you have some specific.
Yeah, I had a question, Madam Chair. I thought initially we were going to be trying to purchase that property opposed to leasing it.
The board made a motion to move forward with a lease. To rent.
Can I expand on that a little?
Yeah, please do, because I was going to if you didn't, so please go ahead.
One of the reasons we were looking at a lease is because, one, we currently do not have we're borrowing a great deal of money, and we have to limit that at this point. So, but yet at the same time, we really needed a Northern Library. So here it gave us an option, one, to go ahead and lease the property, get into the property, and still have the ability to look at building a new library at some point down the road. We just couldn't afford to do it right now. So this gave us an opportunity to get us a Northern Library and give us the flexibility to continue to look at the possibility of building down the road. So it kind of freed us up a little bit. We felt like that we couldn't afford to go ahead and build a library. I mean, they were talking about $4, $5, $7 million for the library. Here it gets us into a library, and I think our renovation costs and so forth, we're looking at around $100,000 to $125,000, somewhere along in there, to go ahead and renovate this building and get into it.
And I've mentioned what the town of Fremont is going to contribute.
Oh, absolutely. Fremont is actually paying the utilities on this as
Yeah,
well.
so-
That's number 17.
Oh, okay.
We just couldn't afford, well, it was just the best financial option at this point, should I say.
Okay, so, of course, I'm gonna, while libraries are on the topic, we've been discussing the Marmac location. The Marmac location, is vital for that community as well, so I'm hoping that we can start to put some interest on that now that we're going through this here.
I think my idea is we get this one going, and then we move working towards the other one, the second one.
Thank you.
We'll learn a lot by this one, I think. And then we talked about what Fremont's participation in it is, item number 17, a motion to approve an interlocal agreement between the County of Wayne and the Town of Fremont regarding public utility services at the future Northern Wayne County Library branch located at 609 South William Street. Andrew has drafted this agreement, and they're paying the water and the electric, and we're paying the gas bill. So that's the split on it.
Oh, Mr. Cropper, you didn't mention sewer.
Sewer, they're water and sewer, yeah, just together. And so number 18 is a motion to approve a request from the North Carolina Department of Transportation to acquire right-of-way from the County of Wayne near the entrance of the Maxwell Center in order to maintain a sight line along the proposed sidewalk on Wayne Memorial Drive. And this is close to our entrance, as part of the improvements to Wayne Memorial Drive. They're putting sidewalks in as part of that improvement, and they're requesting a sight line easement so we would not plant shrubbery at the entrance where people are pulling out or turning in where it would, inhibit the vision of oncoming traffic.
Mr. Manager, I went out and stopped and looked at that, and I'm not saying I'm for or against it, but I really don't understand what they're really wanting. I mean,
They don't want anything planted in that green area that's shown on your agenda package.
so they're not going to disturb it any at all other than
It's
just
just a sight.
just grass,
It's a sight line.
just a sight line, grass and all. Okay. Well,
They often get that at intersections, like up at the intersection, where they don't have to do it in this particular case, but they often at the entrance of a subdivision, you'll have a sight line easement, where you can't plant any shrubbery or erect any signs within that sight line that would block a person's vision from turning off of the subdivision street onto the main road. And that's simply the same thing.
That's the part I didn't understand the other day when you explained it to us a bit.
Right.
I mean, if it's not going to affect anything other than just can't put shrubbery, and it's not a very large spot, because I know they on New Hope Road, serving on the board at the college, they've got an issue there because with that new intersection and all, they're gonna put turn lanes in, and they've got to, they're actually acquiring a little bit of property from the college.
Right.
But it's quite a bit more than this, and so, and.
That's for a turn lane, do I think, ain't
Yeah,
it?
it's for a turn lane, and the college has agreed to go along with that, because, I mean, we all know if you don't do it, they can condemn it and take it anyhow.
Do it anyway.
The city needs to adopt this in their UDO, because you go to about any parking lot at a commercial parking lot, you can't, especially on Berkeley, you can't see how to get
Right.
out.
One question I have, and that is, looking at that green area, it does not include our sign that's existing there. So it's,
No.
that's outside, and that's not gonna be included.
I mean, if it's just
That
gonna
was
be
my
grass,
concern.
I don't have a problem with it, if it's just gonna be grass.
That was my concern at first, was the sign, until they sent us back the diagram showing that the sign was outside of it.
I couldn't.
And of course, they want it for free, so.
What about the sight line for the hotel that's gonna be there? Is that gonna be a
Well,
problem?
the hotel is utilizing the same driveways that we utilize. They don't have their own driveway.
And they
so.
pushed it back to keep it
Yeah.
out of the sideline,
Yeah.
the actual building part. Treating the parking lots in the front.
So,
And there is a lot of conversation about what's going on out there now. I mean, people are excited. I mean, I've heard no negative comments. Everything I've heard has been positive so far, other than when they're gonna start building a restaurant. I said, well, you know, Rome won't build in a day. Let's get the hotel built.
alrighty. Then we'll have public comments, county manager's report, board of commissioners committee reports, closed session. Then we'll come back for a budget work session for discussion of our 23-24 proposed budget, and then adjourn after that.
Madam Chair, if I could inquire, during the budget work session, if we agree to any changes, can we adopt the budget based upon those proposed changes at this session?
Yes, sir.
I don't foresee many changes.
Well, and I don't either, but if in fact there would be some changes, the question would be, could we adopt the budget subject to those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good enough.
And on those changes, are we gonna vote on those changes individually?
Absolutely. I would ask that we would.
Mr. Crumpler, we do have an appointment committee, appointments today.
Okay.
My apologies.
Sorry,
Y'all put that on there.
I didn't catch it till right now.
I didn't either.
Wayne, you have your copy of appointment committee
And I have read this 1,000
names.
I give it back.
Appointment committee.
We do have.
I'll get you one.
And we do have a request for closed session. We could go into it now, I guess.
Are we gonna have the closed session now, or
It's up to you. I mean,
do we have time, sir?
you have about 16 minutes.
Do we have time, Mr. Parker?
Start it.
We can start it.
If we don't have time to finish it, why start it?
Yeah.
don't.
Let's just wait and do it all at one time, so it'll be fresh. That's just my opinion.
Well, your opinion counts.
Huh?
Your opinion counts. Okay,
In some places.
Adjourn. We'll recess to
all right. We're ready to are we done, Mr. Crumpler? Ready
That's
to
it.
recess?
And we'll
Yes.
recess till
Okay.
9 o'clock.
Recess to 9 o'clock. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the June 6, 2023 board meeting. Do we need to change something on the agenda since Commissioner Foster is on here? We need to delete that.
We'll do that.
Okay,
In just a moment when we discuss the adjustment of the agenda and
You can
acceptance.
just go straight to your invocation.
okay. All right, invitation will be Commissioner Freeman Hardison.
Bow our heads, please. Dear God, give us the wisdom to make decisions that will benefit the citizens of Wayne County. Bless and protect our men and women in uniform, as well as our first responders. And finally, dear God, please mend this country and end the divisiveness that divides our great nation. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Before we do the pledge, I'd like to just say a couple of words. The holiday that we just celebrated this past weekend, a lot of men and women gave the ultimate sacrifice for us to be here today and be free. And sometimes it's kind of celebrated more as a holiday than what the real meaning was. I had 3 family members that were World War II veterans and one that was a Vietnam veteran. And all of them come home. But just think about the families that sent young men over, and women also over there that never came home and they don't know where they're at today. And let's never forget the sacrifices that they made. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What's happening? Oh, things are slow for some reason. Oh,
Okay, has everybody had a chance to approve, look at the May 16th minutes? Do I have a motion to approve?
so move.
Have a motion to approve? Are you ready to vote?
I can't log in, so I can't vote from here. No, it's just moving slow for some reason. It's not.
Can we just raise our hand on it, Carol?
The voting should be active now.
It's active.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody voted?
Yep.
All right. Commissioner Crum?
Okay, discussion and adjustment of the agenda. Madam Chair, I would like to add a new number 4 under special presentations. Sarah Fishman would like to speak and present to the board. Also, I would like to add a new number 5, Mark Witchard, who is the new superintendent of Wayne County Public Schools, would like to speak. And we would like to cancel, of course, Commissioner Bevan Foster from joining via Zoom and remove that from the agenda. And that's the only changes I have, ma'am. Oh, and add the appointments committee as well.
Where do you want to add the appointments committee?
Just go there.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move adoption of the amended agenda.
All right, we have a motion to amend the June 6th agenda. You may vote. Okay. Everyone voted?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Crumpler?
Okay, first, we'd like to invite Sarah Fishman, and she would like to say a few words to the board. We'd ask her to come forward, please.
Good morning.
I was hoping to catch y'all at a smaller group because this isn't my scene. But I just wanted to thank you for your support. I wanted to shake all of your hands and say hello and just make sure that you know how appreciative that me and my family are, for your support and continued support. We are greatly, greatly appreciated. I just want to kind of see all of your eyes and make sure you know that I'm really grateful. Not under the circumstances, but I'm truly, truly grateful to see you, and thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
I would add, if y'all could come down and maybe take a picture with her.
Can I make a comment
Yes.
first? Sarah, we'll always be here for you. You know, your family has made a big sacrifice, and you'll always be part of Wayne County's family. I can't speak for the boards in the future, but I just can't imagine that you will not always be a part of Wayne County.
Thank you.
And thank you.
And it's magical if you'll just look up towards the cameras and everybody smile. Joel will let me know that he's got the picture. I should get a text any second. Got it? He said, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sarah, for that. Now, under special presentations, number 5, we'll ask Mark Wichard, our new superintendent for the Wayne County Public Schools. He'd like to come up and say a few words.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to come in today. I'd like to thank our fellow board members that are here with us today, our board chair, Mr. Wade Leatham, our other board members that are here with us as well as the interim superintendent, Dr. Mike Pretty, and our finance officer, Ms. Leslie Rouse. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, commissioners, Mr. Manager, for the opportunity to come today. I have spent approximately 5 days now in pre-employment with Wayne County, getting to become acquainted with the school system. I was familiar with Wayne County, grew up in Pitt County, just up the road a little bit, specifically in the Ayden community. So I'm familiar and acquainted and have some family here in Wayne County, and it's a pleasure to be here. Really, really good community and wonderful people. Today I'm before you to speak on behalf of the students, children of Wayne County, as well as our employees of the school system. Over time, you will hopefully become aware that I am an incredibly relational person. I'd like to work to establish individual relationships with each of you, if not friendships, so that we can hopefully have open lines of communication on a frequent basis. In the current district that I work in with the Columbus County Commissioners, I think it would not be a stretch to say that our relationship was somewhat fractured upon me coming into my role and position. And today I know that there have been numerous tears shed on both sides with me coming to Wayne County. So I look forward to building that same type of relationship with each of you. These are truly interesting times that we're living in terms of high inflation, difficult to staff positions in all aspects of the economy in terms of the world that we're currently living in. My role here today is to hopefully begin through dialogue and discussion to have conversation to begin to move the needle towards relationship building and improved funding for our school system. A conversation, that's all. And to put out information and share information with you that we can build upon. In looking at the information that I shared with you today, a group that I have relied on and on different presentations between Pitt County schools, in Edgecombe County, and now in Columbus County, and today here in Wayne County, is the North Carolina Public School Forum. Public School Forum is a distinguished think tank that looks at school system funding across all 100 counties in North Carolina. They look at the property tax base, they look at the taxation effort of different counties, as well as ranking them in the actual appropriation over time with school districts. The sheet that I've given you today most closely in terms of the two districts that I have included in your handout, Cumberland and Harnett. There are a lot of different similarities there in terms of their economic tier status, as well as their local tax base. What you will see in that is the statewide rank out of 100 counties in North Carolina. Cumberland County ranks 74th, Harnett County is 81st, and here in Wayne County, 93rd. On the second sheet that you will look at talks about the local funding effort. And that, of course, again, is a statewide rank out of 100. And I think the interesting thing to look at there is the effort and the amount of appropriation to school systems over time has given Cumberland County a rank of 18th, first place being best, and 100th being the worst. Harnett County at 21st, and Wayne County at 60th. Now, it's not realistic to say that there can be major changes overnight. It's not realistic to say that the needle can be moved dramatically at any one particular time. Just last evening, in previous budget discussions, the district has asked for increased funding for safety and security. It seems almost daily, whether it's in a school environment or whether it's in a shopping mall or whether it's in a community. There are daily shootings taking place, mass casualties. It's becoming more and more important for our school buildings to be hardened and fortified, for us to increase resources for mental health and psychological services in our schools, to improve outcomes and safety measures for our employees and for our children. And so Wayne County Public Schools made a significant investment just last night of over $1.5 million towards that goal for our campuses and our students. The total need is far greater than that, and I can assure you it will probably grow, and with inflation over the next 4 years or so, that number, unfortunately, as a reality of the world, will most likely increase. But what we ask is that you be open to those conversations and discussions. Our current expense budget, most aspects, we have no control over. If the state passes a raise, that money is passed on to us in terms of local expenditures through hospitalization and retirement costs. What we see with those numbers is that it is outpacing the county appropriation. That's not something that's a particular fault of anyone, but it's a reality that we face in terms of headwinds, again, in an inflationary environment. Those numbers become difficult for school systems to manage, not just Wayne County, but particularly difficult for Tier 1 districts. We all understand in Tier 1 counties, property taxation is a difficult measure because there's only so much that you can tax in the ad valorem process. No one, certainly, is advocating for a tax increase. What we're saying is if we can have dialogue and discussion to look at funding needs. And my request to you today is the 2% number for us is difficult to manage. That number has to be much higher in this environment that we're in now with inflation. For example, if the state passes the raise from the House proposal to the Senate proposal, all the way to the governor, they're very, very different numbers. If any one of those numbers passes, that number will be at least greater than 2%. And so the difficult measures for us become how to manage those numbers. And those raises that are passed on to us are holistically out of our control. And so I thank you today for the opportunity that you have provided to us as a school system. I thank you for your service. And I look forward to meeting with each of you individually and collectively so that we can work to benefit and improve outcomes for our children in our community. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
First off, Mr. Zucker, Mr. Wishart, first off, I want to thank you for coming to Wayne County. And I think this board has the same concerns that the school board has. Most recently, we've had a presentation from Evolve Technologies because we're concerned about our kids. And I actually invited a couple of school board members. I think it was kind of late, so they couldn't attend. And that's okay. Recently, I also have submitted to our grant writer to apply for grants. There's a grant for cop school violence that could help tremendously with technology that would help. So I'm hoping that we could get that, and I would suggest that, you know, on your side that you request some of those things as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And again, thank you. You presented a very good program this morning. But you know, I hope you do understand we are very limited on what we can do. One of my suggestions is stay on John Bell, Jim Perry, and Buck Newton, because the state's got the money. And for us to, and I'll be the first to agree, that teachers do need more pay. But they're actually state employees, and we do provide some stipend. But we're so limited. We've got, here in the county, we've got more needs than we've got money. And we've raised property tax for the last 2 years. Hopefully, we're going to have a balanced budget without a tax increase this year. And we certainly want to support the school systems all we can, but we are very limited on what we can do. And I hope that the school board and the teachers understand, everybody in the county does not pay property tax, but we got to provide services to everybody that lives in the county. I've been on this board now, December will be 11 years. And I can honestly say we've had the best working relationship with the school system that most of the previous boards has. We have spent a lot of money on new schools, upgrading facilities, and, sometimes when we say no, please don't hold it against us. It's just the funds are not there. But you presented a great program this morning, and we do appreciate it.
Thank you. The one thing that I would ask in this presentation is that you just keep an eye on these numbers. The one thing that I got to a point now in closing out my 4th year in Columbus County, one of the really second or third poorest counties in the state, is the commissioners ask every year when I come to do my presentation of, through our extra appropriation we gave last year, did that move us up a spot? And what we saw in Columbus, they gradually moved those numbers up each year. They struggled, and I understand, I really do. The difficulties in eastern North Carolina are greater than any part of this state. But when we want to give a quality education, education is a way out of poverty cyclical poverty for a lot of individuals. And I think when we can give opportunities through enhanced school facilities, challenges are great. The headwinds public schools are facing are the most difficult in the history of public education. And I think it's fair to say public education gave each of you a great quality education, as it did to our legislators. And today, in many cases, instead of working to fix those issues, we're turning and going in a different direction. I was raised with a work ethic that you don't turn away from a problem, you work to address it through hard work, honesty, and transparency. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to put our shoulder up to the plow, and we're going to work hard to address those issues. I just ask that you look at these numbers, and if there's a way that we can move that needle to improving our facilities, that's what we need.
Yeah, and, you know, and this board, one of our greatest responsibilities is the county employees. We have the very same issue that y'all are having. We have turnover. We have some county employees. I'm almost embarrassed at what they're getting paid, and most everyone here knows, you may not. I'm the at-large commissioner for Wayne County. I'm responsible to everybody, which all of the commissioners are, but they're elected in districts. But it bothers me when I look at some of the salaries of our county employees, and no disrespect to y'all, but then you come to us and want some money for your employees that are actually state employees. It kind of hits a nerve with me, because my responsibility is to look out to the employees of Wayne County. And all of your employees are important. All of ours are, from the ones at the bottom of the totem pole to the ones that are at the top. But my dad always told me one time, the strength of a totem pole is at the bottom, and the people at the bottom are the ones that are getting left out in your system and in our system. And but you know, I don't mean to be, you know, try to play it down and all, but this is going to be a very difficult decision for us to make. But you know, the decision will be up to the board. Again, thank you for coming and presenting your presentation.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've been on this board for 2.5 years. I've heard a lot of excuses about why we can't do this, why we can't do that. I agree with everything you said. At some point, you got to start moving towards that direction. If we don't start today, come next year, we're even further behind than what we are today. And that's the case that we keep running into with this board. Every single thing is put it off, put it off. Schools cost us twice the amount of money because you put them off for years. Health department, jail, all these things are costing us more money after the pandemic, when there was all things that been needed. But you keep, put it off, hold up, and then it's an excuse. Yes, our employees are underpaid, an excuse. What are we gonna do about it? Been no talk about it, been no nothing. It's just saying it. That sounds good, but when are we gonna do something? When are we gonna start getting that closer to where we need to be? We have surrounding counties making us look bad, and our employees are leaving. Same thing's happening with the school system. Then we turn around and we say we're supporting the base, but a lot of people with base kids don't even want their kids going to county schools. So what are we gonna do to improve them? We can't keep making excuses. At some point, we gotta bite the bullet and start moving in the right direction. I'm only one member. I'm gonna vote the way that I vote. I'm in support of it. because I think we have to start doing this. What that number is gonna be, what we can afford or whatever, I don't know. But we have to start getting there, because next year will be even worse, the year after, worse, and then we're gonna keep coming up with excuses. So, I mean, I just think it's time that we really, really look at this seriously and quit making excuses about why we're not doing stuff.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think we all have a lot of valid points here from both sides. But I think one of the biggest things initially in the past was that there was some fiscal issues with the school board. And I think overall, I think not just me, but the citizens of Wayne County, they want to know that they have a school system that is going to be fiscally responsible when it comes to the money that comes in. You know, I think that's probably been one of the biggest challenges, you know, so we need to, you know, I don't think anybody could kind of state that the money is going to be used properly. That's when, you know, we have to see it opposed to hearing that it's going to be used properly.
Madam Chair, that's, once again, that's another excuse. We've had enough of those. Like, come on, we can't use that as an excuse not to do what we need to do at the end of the day. And it's fine, that's great that you said that, but at the end of the day, that's just another excuse. That was years ago. It's what we're going to focus on right now at this table.
And I
And
agree.
what needs to
And
be
I
done.
agree that did happen years ago. There's new people here now, but that's something that always lingers in people's minds.
Well,
You know,
Well, I will tell you, as also having spent the bulk of my career as an elementary, middle, and overwhelming bulk of my career as a high school principal, every time there was a difficult situation or task to have to deal with a student, in terms of a suspension or some sort of disciplinary issue, the next time that individual came back was a fresh start. It was a fresh opportunity for that individual. If we continue to look back on difficult situations and times and not give an individual a fresh start, an equal opportunity to have a new beginning. I think one of the things that impressed me about our board was the transparency, was the openness and willingness to do what's best for kids and to make a difference. And that's why I came to Wayne County. And I am keenly aware of difficult situations that happened in the past. I can tell you through my analysis and working with the individuals that I'm working with today, I have the utmost confidence that there will be total transparency and that every dollar that's spent is heavily scrutinized to make sure it is getting us the best results for children and to do what's right. So I would say keeping an eye on history and learning the lessons from history so that they're not repeated is often a very wise thing to do. But looking towards the future and what we can do best together is a great opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Twitchard, and we will do that. And we will, you know, since I've been on the board, we've tried to move forward and work with the school board. So thank you so much, and it's been great meeting you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I say one more thing?
Yes.
That I'm gonna probably get in trouble over? Y'all can look at me and tell that I'm not a young man. And I'm gonna catch some flack over this. I admire the teachers of today. I do not know I just don't know how they put up with what they put up with. When I was in school, we respected our teachers. Today, they're not respected. When they took discipline out of school, that was that was the beginning of the downfall. And I'm not blaming teachers, I'm not blaming staff, but I will blame parents. When they took discipline out of school, the big problem started. And like I say, I'm gonna catch flack over this, but I was elected to say what I felt, and that's the way I feel about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for coming.
thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, will be a presentation of plaque to Wayne Executive Jetport Director Brandon Gray.
Brandon and board members, if y'all will join me here.
I missed it.
We've got our chairman
Special
and a board member, Darrell is here. We appreciate y'all being here for this presentation. Brandon called me about 5 years ago, and he says, we have a real issue at the jetport. I hardly knew what went on at the jetport, so how was I gonna help him in any way? But he and I began talking about it, along with Greg, and we came up with a new program for our jetport. And in that, we reorganized it, brought in new members on the board, and from that, I'm here to say what a remarkable change it took place there at our jetport. We hired Brandon to be our executive director. And as such, our jetport has just blossomed. Today, we want to present to Brandon Gray a plaque for his service to Wayne County from January of 19 to June of 23 as the executive director of the Wayne Executive Jetport. Now, under his leadership, over $10 million in improvements have been made, leading him to being awarded the General Aviation Manager of the Year by the FFA Southern Region Airports Division. Now that's big. You're talking about in the Southern Region to be named the Airport Manager of the Year. The Wayne County Board of Commissioners thank you for your commitment and service and present you this the 6th day of June of 23.
He ain't gonna speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to lead you right into your presentation. You're going to tell us a little bit about
I'm ready.
our Wayne.
I even have a fancy PowerPoint for you.
I missed my cue.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me and thank you for the plaque. It's very much appreciated. So we're going to talk through just a couple things, just give you an update on items going on the jetport. Thank Commissioner Daugherty for his dedication to the jetport. We have some apron rehab projects that were just completed. As you can see on the PowerPoint, the red top building there at the top, that's your main FBO or terminal service building there. This project, Chairman Ricker, who's here today, headed this project up, the initiative to get this project started. Your apron, your asphalt was settling. So aircraft would come in and they would sit on the asphalt during a hot day and they would actually sink a couple inches into the asphalt. So we went to work on that, procured funding for it, and this project was just completed towards the end of last year. There's a new concrete parking area there you see at the top left of the screen. That's the self-serve fuel farm. You are one of the fewer airports that has both self-serve and full-service fuel for your patrons, so that's a nice area there. Additionally, as you probably heard in the general news, etc., above-ground fuel tanks are frowned upon in most situations, or below-ground fuel tanks are frowned upon in most situations, so we're now migrating to above-ground fuel tanks. So on the far right of the screen, you had an old underground fuel storage tank that we were able to procure funding to get that removed and remediated as well. This is a current project that we're in the planning for. And this is a stream improvement. So the jetport, Commissioner Aycock, you're from this area, so you understand there's 0 grade changes in Aycock and out in Pikeville area, right? It's just flat. There's no grade. So we're constantly battling stream improvements and drainage at the jetport. This is a project that's funded, that's going to rework the ditches and the drainage. You can see there, we've just got a view of the ditches in the past are very steep, difficult to maintain. They'll be opened up, so the maintenance will be easier, and they'll hold more runoff. This is a continuation of that graphic. This is the fuchsia colored markings is a stream and a water retention pond. If you guys are familiar with the Aaron's Restaurant, this is kind of right behind Aaron's Restaurant in that area. This is where all the drainage from the south end of the airfield drains to. This is going to all be improved during this project as well. The parking lot. So if you can see this vehicle parked here, it's in approximately 6 inches of water. This is also the parking lot that Wayne Community College, their aviation program, uses. So as you can see, when it rains, over half of the parking lot is unusable. Additionally, this parking lot extends around your terminal building on both sides of that building, so this project will improve the parking lot and the stormwater drainage in this area. One of your common topics is the Fremont sewer, Eureka sewer, all that jazz. Well, this station is connected to that system that pumps into Goldsboro from the Jetport. We have current funding to redesign and improve this pump station. There's a lot of infiltration from groundwater in that system, which you all know we pay for and get no benefit from. So the intention is to upgrade this lift station and the supply plumbing to reduce the groundwater infiltration. So just the overall upcoming projects. We talked about the items that are current underway. These are future. We have a complete airfield drainage analysis going on. So instead of just doing the south end that we showed in the fuchsia markings, we're going to analyze the entire airfield, so we do a comprehensive drainage assessment. Your perimeter fence construction, you guys will hear more about this in the future. We're currently on our friends at the state legislative level to help us with this. We've had some livestock, cows, protrude through your safety fence. The fence is 35 to 40 years old, and it's very dilapidated, so we have the project shovel-ready, as the Division of Aviation calls it. It's sitting on a shelf. All the design, you guys have funded all the design work, so we expect funding to come through with that in the near future. Additionally, every hangar, every airport in our area, and probably I'd go as far as say in the eastern United States, has zero hangar capacity. All the hangars are full. So we have the groundwork already done. One thing you guys have as a true asset is you have more infrastructure than you do buildings. That's a rarity, I know. But you actually have more groundwork and more infrastructure than you have buildings constructed. So we already spent the money for the groundwork for the T-hangar construction, so that'll be a project coming up. And then again, back to the terminal area improvements where your main building's located, there'll be a wraparound driveway. There's only one way of ingress and egress to that main building as far as vehicle traffic goes. And you guys, emergency services, understand the detriment to that. So that'll be an improvement coming up, adding a covered drop zone and then a circled driveway. When you guys see this project come up in the future, one thing to remember, the parking lot, as part of this terminal area improvement, we'll be adding parking for the Wayne Community College Aviation Program through this. They share the parking lot. So when that project comes up, just remember that that's also benefiting the college. Now, you guys always talk about funding. I love this, very proud of this graphic here. Commissioner Foster came out and visited the Jetport earlier in the year, and we were very grateful to see him there, and we shared some of this with him at that point. Basically, this shows, and I won't bore you with the details, this shows you your grant awards and the projects over the previous 3 to 5 years. The summary of this is Wayne County invested $460,000. And in return, you got a total funding amount of $12,102,000. So that's an average investment of 3%, 3.8%. So from a balance sheet perspective of what your growing assets in your county, the Jetport's been a pretty lucrative investment on your dollars. So I just wanted to share that with you. They've been responsible. The Jetport Commission has done a very good job of being very fiscally responsible with the grant funding, and you guys have been very supportive of that. So this is just a synopsis of how your money's been put to work. So we're very grateful for that.
We should have put that on the plaque.
And this is a picture of your new hangar. We had a ribbon cutting a couple years ago. You guys were there. But any questions for me or comments?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I've got a couple of comments. First of all, I want to thank you and Kendall for cleaning up that north end of the property. It's not actually fenced in. My phone calls is quick coming, and I just want to thank y'all for.
Kendall, no.
Well, you were involved too. I just want to thank y'all for that because it was an eyesore, and my phone calls is quit, and thank y'all for that.
You'll see, Commissioner Haycock, as well, behind that property on the fence line, there's some overgrown debris,
Right.
and within the next 2 to 3 days, that's going to be mulched as well. So you'll see some more improvement there.
Okay, and also for the ones in the audience and the ones that are listening, I did not realize until I got on the board at college that Wayne Community had a building out there. And it's been a year or so since I've been out there, but we were told the job placement when those students finish that course out at the airport through Wayne Community College is 100% job placement. Now, a lot of them are not around here, but that's beside the point. We're teaching young people, and they're getting good paying jobs. And so, and I was not aware that the college even had a building out there. And also, I'm quite sure that we benefited from the air show because I know a lot of the private planes probably had to use your facilities. They had to have fuel, and then I was not able to go to the air show this year, but I've heard nothing negative coming from the Wayne Executive Jetport as far as participating and helping out with the air show.
Very good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Brandon,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have a lot of corporate America coming in to your airport now, like the corporations that we have here in Wayne County?
We do. So in the past, we saw a trend in corporate aviation, meaning and a corporation, Goldsboro Milling Company or someone like that would own their own jet, and it would be stored there, and it would be their corporate aircraft. We've been through a transition of NetJets, Nicholas Air, they're like quarter share, cost sharing type entities. It's much cheaper for a corporation to buy in and pay for a NetJet service than it is to own and maintain their own corporate aircraft. So recently, we've seen, and I say recently, 2 to 3 years, more of that traffic, more fuel sales from those kinds of traffic. We still do have corporate-owned jet aircraft at the Jetport. I think there's 3 or 4 jets there now that are owned corporately.
I know when I was Dutch Control at Cooper Standard, we used that airport regularly with Ford Motor Company and Chrysler and Toyota.
Yes, ma'am.
Landing through there to get product back out and everything, at 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning.
Century Insurance uses it frequently. The auto owners group, Strickland Insurance, they use it frequently.
Yeah.
Goldsboro Builders, so a lot of those guys use the jet share very frequently.
And it also helps when we have corporations looking at this area to come in too, knowing that airport is there.
That's correct. So one thing they really look at is the travel time. So when they fly in executives to an airport, they want to know the travel time between the Jetport and their office.
Right.
And so surrounding counties doesn't meet, the drive time's too long.
Yeah.
So it's critical for those guys to be able to get in and out of your Jetport.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just mentioned about UNC's helicopter. in their program too, because a lot of people does not realize that, UNC is using our facility.
Yes, sir. So one of your corporate hangars, corporate hangar number 2, it's one of your larger hangars, is occupied by UNC Health. They have their life flight helicopter. Tar Heel 3 is based there. They also have their backup helicopter based here. And for you guys that the sheriff would understand, and you fire and EMS people, that having a helicopter within minutes of a life flight, needing it, calling in the field, pin in, extrication in the field, having that helicopter at your jetport is a remarkable resource for your citizens. And we committed to a 10-year agreement. We have a really good relationship with UNC. They're 4 years or so into that agreement, so about 6 years left. They've also invested with us, and they have a housing situation there where they maintain housing for their pilots and flight medics and stuff.
And I did leave the sheriff's helicopter out also. That's another great asset, not only to the
It is.
jetport, but for Wayne County and the surrounding counties, because he has a great working relationship with the sheriffs in our surrounding counties with the helicopter. And because sometimes they have equipment that he doesn't have, and then sometimes he has equipment they don't have, and they've got a great working relationship with that.
Yes, sir.
Brandon, I'll tell you thank you. Brandon's a good friend of mine. I was always told to surround yourself by people smarter than you are, so I try to stay close to Brandon. This is something that he loves. He's got a habit, whether it be good or bad, of coming up with ideas and letting other people take get the credit for it. So, and he's done a lot of that here today. So I know a lot of this stuff is your ideas, and we want to tell you thank you. People don't understand. I mean, you get $12 million, and all you got to put out is less than 500,000. Wish we could get other people to do that.
Yeah.
Next thing is, and Ms. Barber alluded to it, the jetport is a great economic development asset, because people come into our county, they come into the executive jetport, they're picked up and they go around and look at properties that we have available, and that's the first place they come in. So we're grateful that he and his staff and board has done the improvements, and we've been a small part of it, but we're very supportive. And again, Brandon, he's one of those that gets things to a point and then moves on to something different. And I think that's what his anticipation is to do today. But we know we can call on him at any time, because he's going to stay involved with it. And I just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing, Madam Chair, and maybe this will be the last one. Also, North Carolina mows the grass about twice a year on the roads. Kendall has taken on the task of, when those planes land, the first thing they see is the roads and all. And therefore the triangle is and all. Kendall has taken on the task. He keeps that mowed, because appearance is everything sometimes.
Absolutely.
And, little things like that means a lot to these big corporations. I mean, they don't want to come in and land and see grass 4 foot tall on the side of the road. And Kendall and his crew does a good job. And I know y'all work together on all that stuff, but I just want to thank all of you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sure.
Yeah,
A
go
quick
ahead.
question. I saw the numbers, that was a great investment for $400,000, $12 million.
Yes, sir.
I've been out there and I visited Jetport. It's a great facility. But what are the bottom line numbers? What are we doing at the Jetport versus spending versus coming back in? Is my biggest question right now.
Yep. So one thing that's not in the budget for the Jetport, so if you be happy to review the budget with you as well, the ad valorem tax, the property tax from aircraft, doesn't get allocated to the Jetport. It gets allocated to your general fund, which is typical across the state. that number varies between $60,000 and $100,000 a year. And Chip can help me with this final number this year, but the cash contribution on an operating scenario from the county to the Jetport every year is approximately $100,000-ish. So the goal with with an airport in eastern, or really in United States, is to break even. If you can break even on your cash flow and get the investment from the grants, that's our goal. I would say you're about $40,000 each year shy of breaking even at this point. So Wayne County, from an operating perspective, is somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 on average of investment in the operating schedule to the Jetport each year.
So that's total, what, from each year, we lose no more than $40,000 at the Jetport, is what you're saying?
40 to 60, yes, sir. That number is not included in the 400,000 that we just showed on the screen. The 400,000 is capital improvement projects. That's from your capital fund, capital allocation.
So the more we invest in our capital improvements, the more possibility we have of obtaining aircraft to put in them, which actually adds to our affluent.
Yep, so if we were to draft a graph of your contributions over time, they're reducing. The operating amount that's required to fulfill the budgetary deficit is decreasing. You only have two things to sell at your Jetport. You sell fuel and you sell hangar space. And we're able to get these FAA dollars to build hangars, which increases your rent, your tax, and your fuel sales.
Right.
So that's the trend. That was the economic development grant from 3 or 4 years ago. This hangar you see on your picture is one of 4 spots that are available. So you have 3 more spots for corporate hangars and 1 or 2 spots for T hangars. So as we get funding and can build those out, that $60,000-ish number we just spoke of it'll be green. You can make your Jetport cash flow positive in 3 to 5 years if we get these hangars built, because all the groundwork's been done now. So that was ultimately our goal, is to be break even, and I think you're on a track to get there in the next 3 years.
Madam Chair.
One more quick question, I'm sorry, Matt.
Yes, sir.
And this might go to Chip. I don't see the 60,000 number in our budget. So I'm seeing total different numbers of losses in our budget. So can you clarify that for me real quick? Might not know our budget, might not see this budget. I'm asking
Yeah.
Chip.
Can you tell what we transferred?
I don't have. I'm sorry.
Allison, she can look it up.
'Cause I don't want to,
You're
I don't
looking
wanna-
for this year, what we've transferred, okay.
And then to get that ultimate number, you would need the ad valorem tax from the aircraft, the net, because I was netting that
That's gonna
together.
take away from whatever.
So whatever the number that's been transferred would be reduced by the ad valorem tax from the aircraft, and that would be your net.
We won't have that, I mean,
Yeah.
because that's just in the general fund, like you've talked about. Let's see.
But if the
I'll
property.
be glad to get you that exact number and follow up with.
But if the property tax on the aircraft that is there goes into our general fund,
Correct.
we're not going in the hole. I mean, if that tax revenue for the aircraft that's there was going into your budget, you wouldn't be going into the hole.
We still gonna be 40 to 60.
Still about 40 to 60,000, best I can recollect of that
Oh,
net
okay.
deficit, yes, sir.
Because it's about $100,000
I'm-
worth of.
I'm seeing, I don't know, maybe I'm in the wrong section, I don't know. But it's saying total airports, negative 2022, negative 1,972,743.
So. and
That's
I
for
won't speak
2022.
over, But
What are these
What-
numbers that I'm looking at? I'm asking, I don't know if you might not know, you didn't do our
well, you have
budget.
capital, so you have grant funding, so a lot of the grant funds work, the county writes checks for those projects, that $12 million. At some point, all of that $12 million came through your budget. You paid for it, and then the state and FAA reimburses you for those dollars. So what you're seeing there is got to be a timing event. Is that correct? I mean, it has to be a timing.
Right,
event.
because the transfers, like for this current fiscal year, the transfers from the general fund to the Jetport fund right now is roughly $129,000
For the year.
for the year. That's
So,
correct.
so that 129,000, if you net that against the ad valorem tax, which if I remember correctly was 60 to 70,000, somewhere in that number, that's that 40 to 60 net deficit that I was speaking.
So at the top, it's saying grant revenue, 879, negative 879,000.
That goes back to that government accounting.
And
Are
then
you-
it's saying jet fuel sale, negative 316, negative 241. I mean, it's just numbers that keep adding up. So I'm trying to get to a better understanding of it to know what we're looking at, because it's just saying, I mean, for 2023, it has a negative 4 million. 2024, it's got a negative 3 million. So projected, I guess. So it's like, you know, it's a lot of numbers here that aren't really saying anything, but then we're saying that we're only losing 60,000 a year. I want to make sure, you know what I mean? Because I have to vote on this budget of what I'm looking at.
So it's coming down to every year is what you're saying?
Well, the $1 million figures should be the grant revenues, I believe. I'm looking at, are you looking at the proposed budget, Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Okay, so the grant revenues for the proposed budget is $1.7 million. Then you've got fuel sales for jet fuel at $479,000, avgas at $295,000. You've got rental income at $286,000. And then you've got some miscellaneous revenue. So then the transfers from the general fund are $258,000, and that probably includes our match to the grants.
It does.
Yes, so.
But please explain that the negative number is actually a positive number in government accounting.
It's
In other
revenues,
words,
right. The negative numbers are
Are income. It's
revenues.
Really, what matters to you guys is the $250,000 transfer from general fund. That's what you're contributing to your Jetport. That includes the 5 to 10% match on some of
Right.
your projects that are
Right.
going on out there.
So, well, I would like to see just a bottom line number. It's like, you know, this is quite confusing to see, you know, if I see negative, I see negative. You know what I mean? A negative is a negative for me. But to see, this is what we're spending here, this is what we're making here, this is what we're losing here. That's not clear with this budget to me. Maybe it's clear to someone else. But when I see negative millions of dollars in the negative, I gotta question that. Now, if you're saying that it's money that we spent, that we put out and it's supposed to be coming back, I mean, I would still like to see where it's coming back in at. I mean, I don't know, but I'm just going off of what we have down here, even projected for 2024, you know, it's $3 million. So we're projecting that, you know, how are we saying that we're only $60,000 in the hole every year? Because a lot of these figures, I mean, I'm just looking at adding this stuff up, it's quite a lot of money.
I understand. I went and got a master's degree in accounting, and I still struggle with Allison's numbers. We can show, if you would allow me to follow up with you, I can provide in our world, in the business world, we use profit and loss statements. And I can show you a profit and loss for your budget for 23 and 24 at the Jetport, and show you that number, and I'll get with Allison.
And I mean, he made a good point. It's the governmental accounting sector is very, very different in its presentation, in its budgeting, and so it can be a little confusing when you're comparing it to typical
It's not a
for-profit.
little, it's a lot confusing.
Those negatives, Commissioner Foster, in most situations that you're looking at are credits to a revenue account, and they're negative on a
Right.
trial balance, so they're delineated as a credit, and revenues are a credit. So we'll get you what you need to so it's clearly on that.
Can I ask you a question? Sheriff, how long you been sheriff?
9.
Do you understand? Go.
Still don't understand government budget.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, let us thank Brandon and
Well,
send him, let him go back to work.
I have a comment. Okay. Madam Chair. First off, thank you for all your work. I appreciate it so much. And I just wanted to acknowledge U.S. Representative Wally Nichols. He's, him and his staff, they asked us what we needed in Wayne County, and that's going to help with the fencing. So definitely want to acknowledge and keep relationships open. So thank you so
Thank you,
much.
yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along, we'll have number 7, a motion to approve the 2023 Juneteenth National Freedom Day proclamation.
Yeah.
Okay, I have the privilege of reading the proclamation. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates a day freedom was proclaimed for all slaves by Union General Gordon Granger on June 19, 1865 in Galveston, Texas, more than 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln. And whereas former slaves in Texas began to observe June 19th as the anniversary of their emancipation and coined the term Juneteenth. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, and is also known as Juneteenth National Freedom Day, Emancipation Day, and African American Independence Day. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates the survival, strength, and determination of African Americans through extreme adversity, hardship, and triumph, and today emphasizes that African American education, culture, art, history, and achievement. And whereas the 19th of June, along with the 4th of July, completes the cycle of freedom for Independence Day observations in America. And whereas 47 states, the District of Columbia, and Wayne County recognizes the 19th of June as Juneteenth National Freedom Day to commemorate the end of slavery in the United States and to demonstrate racial reconciliation and healing from the legacy of slavery. Now whereas be it resolved that Wayne County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth National Freedom Day in Wayne County and commend its observance to all citizens. Adopted this 6th day of June 2023.
Thank you. Commissioners, do I have a motion to approve the Juneteenth National Freedom Day proclamation for 2023?
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor?
I would just like to say something before we
Yes,
vote, if you don't
Commissioner
mind. Proclamations are great, if you think they are. It's just a piece of paper a lot of times just stating something. But, you know, a few months ago, I had on the agenda to make Juneteenth a holiday for all employees. Federal government has done it. City of Goldsboro has done it. Other counties and cities around the United States have done it. This board voted against me for that day and awarded the employees a vacation day instead to take whenever they want. It's sad that we support it on one end, but we don't support it on the other. Commissioner A. Cox said earlier that, you know, he had 4 relatives in World War II. I don't know how many relatives I had that were slaves. I have no idea, but I know I had some. 400 years, and as a board, we couldn't acknowledge that day together to celebrate it. That was a sad day for me here, a very sad day, but we turn around and read a proclamation. So it's just something to think about, what we're dealing with here in this county. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to vote.
Now, moving on to number 8, is an update on our summer youth employment program.
Good morning.
Y'all, just a little bit about me. I'm sure you have seen my many emails, but in case you have not seen my face, my name is Sarah Larson. I am new to the role of Human Resources Director. but I've worked in local government for 4 years, before that federal government for 6 years, and state government for 5 years prior. Fun fact, I was a school teacher before I come to work. For 5 years, I worked in the school system, and then I left, so that says a lot. Do we have the slides? Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to keep on talking about me. So I am a native of South Carolina. I am a military spouse, small business owner. I am a volunteer with Guardian Ad Litem program, brand new volunteer. So I have my finger in many different pots, and here are our slides. So we're going to talk about, I've been asked to come today to talk about the Summer Youth Employment Program. This is our second year for this program. The first year was a little bit by the skin of our teeth. So we didn't have a whole lot of room to plan, but we did make a successful program last year. And we took those lessons learned and we've applied it to this year. And we're kind of revamping the program a little bit and making some changes. So in respect of your time, I'm not going to read all of the slides, but they're here for your information. This is the main slide that's giving you like a summary, a rundown of the information that the program targets youth who attend school or live in Wayne County from ages 16 to 21. The applications opened in March, closed in mid-May. There were 80 applicants. We have conducted the interviews via phone, virtual meetings, and in person. Those have been done, and actually we made the job offers yesterday and got immediate responses for about 90% of the people who were given the option to come work with us. The program runs for 6 weeks from mid-June to the end of July. It encourages flexible scheduling to meet transportation needs because we understand that youth sometimes have, they can't always control their transportation. The interns will work for 20 hours and 1 day training per week, and that's including in the 20 hours. So they will work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, go to training on Thursday, they have Friday off. Each department will have a minimum of 1 intern, and larger departments may have more. Each intern must have the same documentation, waivers, and screenings like any other employee. So I want to make it very clear that we treat them, they're interns in name, but we treat them like any other employee. They're allowed to do the same things, they have the same background screenings, they're held to the same standards. This just kind of gives us, the goals and benefits of the program. The goal of the program is to provide opportunity for youth and young adults to experience working in local government and provide meaningful mentorship through part-time employment during school break, provide the ability to experience work opportunities that the intern may not have otherwise even known exist. And let's just be honest, local government is not usually the first thing that people think of when they say, when I grow up, I want to work for local government. They don't even think about it. I certainly didn't. But it is a great option, and this just kind of pivots their viewpoint so that they can see that this is an option for them. It also makes it less scary because when you talk about working for the government to young people, it sounds like some big scary thing, but the truth is that most of us just do what everybody else does. Where we work is different. So this slide just has some of the gains for the interns and gains for the county. Sometimes it's hard for us as department heads to see the benefit because it's a lot of work. But there is a gain to be had for both the intern and for the county. And just to be short, for me, the biggest gain is the opportunity to do something different with my time. So, we spend our time doing these cyclical things over and over and over again, and this kind of breaks up the monotony for me. It gives the time to do something a little bit fun and think outside of the box. Next, I want to talk about the team that's running this. So I'm the face, but I'm not the one doing most of the work. So behind me I have Nikisha Newkirk. She's been with the county for 7 years. She's a generalist, but she does community outreach and youth liaison for this program. Casey Locke is our HR admin. She's part-time. She's not here today because she works part-time. She's not here yet. But she does all the administrative work in the background. And then we have Kendall. She is our program coordinator. She is not here today because she's a school teacher and she is closing up the end of school year stuff. But we will be able to meet with her later in July when we have the interns come in to sit in on a meeting so they can see what that looks like. And she'll be here. We are also partnering with the Community College Business and Industry Center. They're the ones who are going to be doing the Thursday training sessions. And of course, we're partnering with each and every department in the county to make sure that everybody does participate. I want to add that, you know, the employees, supervisors, and directors who take the time to mentor and provide this opportunity to young people are doing something that's a little bit outside of their norm. And it takes, directors are already very limited in the amount of time that they have. And so, you know, we're asking them to take away from their normal daily processes in order to support this program. Most of them are very willing to do so, and that makes me very proud. And that's it, guys. If there's any questions for me? I know that we'll be here on the 28th. I'm bringing the interns in on the 28th from, nope, that's not true. The board meeting on the 18th is when we will be here. But we do have an end of program luncheon at the Maxwell Center on the 28th from 10 to 12. So you guys, of course, are invited to that as well. And there'll be more information on that.
Sarah, I know you said you had 80 applicants. Did we hire all 80? Or?
No. So we budgeted for 40.
Okay, 40.
And I think right now we've got 36 yeses. So we're just waiting on a few more people to apply or to reply that they've accepted the position.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would really like to thank Commissioner Williams for kind of coming up with spearheading this thing last year. And I got a chance to speak to a few of the interns last year, not all of them, but that was taking all in all, that was a pretty good pick. And, you know, you wish all programs could be 100% successful, but if we can just have part of this to change a young person's life, this may be one of the things that we may possibly be going in a hole on. But if you look at the future and look further down the road, this is probably some of the best money that Wayne County is spending right now. I mean, because if we can just save part of them and get them headed in the right direction, I just think it's a great program.
I agree that exposure, you know, to different programs, just the exposure by itself is a great thing for people, especially, you know, youth who are in situations that, you know, or maybe underserved youth, I guess is what I'm saying, to have the exposure to a program where, you know, it just kind of changes their viewpoint on what's available to them. If they don't know what's available to them, then they're not even going to look at it as an option.
And I think it was, you know, you could hire 40, but you had 80 to apply. That speaks highly too now. I mean, that's something we might need to look at in the future.
I'm very, and I'm just going to shamelessly plug my HR people. They have done an awesome job. Like, you know, this is not a normal everyday program, but they've all just jumped in and they've all worked. All of my staff are just amazing. I ask them to do something and they make magic happen. So.
But I think it's a great program. And I think one of the things that we saw, the youth coming in the beginning, and the same youth leaving, the soft skills that they had developed over that short period of time, which is going to take them forward in their future careers.
Yes.
So it's a great program.
Yep. So soft skills are a big
also
deal.
can lead them into, you know, you're saying Wayne Community Colleges are being involved in it. It can lead them into, you know, a student at this day and time, they can go to Wayne Community College and get a trade at almost no cost.
Right.
And it may lead some of them in that direction. I mean,
Yes.
I'm just tickled to death with this program.
Very good. Anything else?
Sarah, first off, thank you and your staff. I'd like to I didn't get your name. I
Nikisha.
missed it. Did you want to say something pertaining to the program? We'd love to hear from you.
I don't have a lot to say. She tell me what to do and I do it. I'm a worker. I love people, so it's been a good opportunity to get out in the community and be involved with the youth and just meet more people and network. And I represent the county, so it's been just a good learning experience.
She is
for me
our
also.
main people person. She loves everybody. Everybody loves her, and she just gets out in the community and with our youth, and she just, does a great job with them.
I really want to thank you guys. I mean, it's kind of challenging and scary at times when you think about dealing with our young people, because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know if you're going to get someone who really doesn't want to work. But I really applaud you. I understand, the dynamics of it. I applaud our staff too. I see we have some new departments that decided to get involved this year, DSS, and I really appreciate that so much. Also, we got some return people coming back,
Yes, we
correct?
do. Mhm.
We got some great kids. We got some kids that go to North Carolina State that are gonna be working again, that worked last year and I think that it inspires other kids that they didn't think about going to college or didn't think they could get into, schools like North Carolina State or ECU or things of that nature. So I applaud it, and I think it's good to put them together with kids that maybe they're not in college yet. So just keep up the great work. We really appreciate it.
Anything else? All right.
Thank you so much for your
You're welcome.
Great job,
Sarah.
thank you guys. And also like to thank those department heads for participating and being willing participants. It takes a lot on their end to schedule and get the work lined up and have them as able-bodied workers and really show them around. So thank you to the departments as well. We'll move on to the appointment committee.
Madam Chair, we do have 4 appointments today. These will be coming to you in the form of a motion. Motion to reappoint Bill Pate to the Wayne County ABC Board.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to reappoint Bill Pate to Wayne County ABC Board.
You'll have to vote
Okay.
No.
Motion to reappoint Rosalind Weeks. No, I'm sorry, motion to appoint Rosalind Weeks to the Wayne County ABC Board. Motion to reappoint Margaret Davis to the Commissioners' Council for Older Adults. And last but not least, motion to reappoint Barbara Aycock to the Jury Commission. Okay, Madam Chair, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
All righty, moving on now to our 9:30 public hearing that should have taken place a long time ago. We'll receive public comments on the proposed budget. Hang on just a moment. Notice was given that county manager's proposed budget for Wayne County for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 was presented to the Wayne County Board of Commissioners on May the 16th. A copy was on file for public inspection, or has been on file for public inspection in the office of the clerk to the board in room 470, the Wayne County Courthouse Annex. Budget was also available online. It was given that the public notice that we will have a hearing today at 9:30, Tuesday, June 6, 2023, and we'll open that up for public comments at this time.
All right, Madam Chair, if you'll officially open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I officially open the public hearing for comments on our proposed budget for 2023-24.
And we have one person signed up, that's a Julie Whitfield.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So for those of you that do not know me, my name is Julie Whitfield, and I'm your elected Wayne County Clerk of Court. And with me today is my assistants. They are sitting here behind me. 2 are unable to come, but without these ladies, I cannot do what I do. On behalf of my staff and I would like to thank you for the budget consideration for Wayne County Clerk of Court's office. Not only do we appreciate each of you, but we also would like to thank Mr. Crumpler and his staff, Kendall Lee and his staff. I must add that Kendall's staff has been most helpful in all that the changes that we have made, adjusting to find space for the Wayne County Clerk's office. They've not argued with me, they've not fussed. They've shrugged their shoulders a few times and hung their head down, but they've continued to work. They have been a big assistance and they deserve recognition, and I, my staff, greatly appreciate their hard work. As I have reached the 6-month mark as Clerk of Court just this week, I am proud of my staff that works diligently to meet the public's requests with respect and understanding to all. Working together is most important for us to achieve and succeed. I look forward to working with you as the board years to come. And as you know, County Commissioner holds a special place in my heart. For my daddy, Deloitte Cotton, instilled in me the respect and appreciation of all people. Thank you for respecting my consideration and helping me to promote a conducive work environment for the employees of the Wayne County Clerk of Court's office. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am, that was all.
That's it. All right, I'll make, close the public hearing.
Okay, we'll move on now to your consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay, motion on the floor to approve consent agenda by Commissioner Daughtry. Do we vote on, okay. All right. All right. Motion passed. Mr. Crumpler, new business?
Okay, moving on to new business. Item number 18 would be a motion to approve a 10-year lease for 609 South Wilson Street, Fremont, NC 27830 for a Northern Wayne County Library branch. In December 2021, the county was forced to close the Fremont Library. The facility, which was owned and maintained by the town of Fremont, was not suitable for use due to mold and roof damage. The Board of Commissioners has worked since that time for a solution for a substitute Northern Wayne County Library branch. This was set at a priority at its goals retreat. The staff has been in negotiation with the owners of 609 South Wilson Street, Fremont, regarding the possibility of leasing the facility for a northern branch. The parties have reached an agreement for a 10-year lease and the premises at a rate of $24,000 per year. The county will be responsible for all maintenance of the building, and the town of Fremont has agreed to provide water, sewer, and electrical services to the facility at no cost. And we'll be looking for approval of that lease agreement.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the 10-year lease agreement for 609 South Wilson Street, Fremont, North Carolina, for the Northern County Library branch.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. And the next motion for,
Next item would be a motion to approve an interlocal agreement between the County of Wayne and the Town of Fremont regarding the public utility services to be provided at the future Northern Wayne County Library branch located at 609 South Wilson Street. We would be looking for approval of that interlocal agreement.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion we approve the interlocal agreement between the County of Wayne and the Town of Fremont regarding public utility services at the future Northern Wayne County Library branch located at 609 South Wilson Street, Fremont, North Carolina.
we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Gurley.
All right. And moving on to item number 20 is a motion to approve a request from the North Carolina Department of Transportation to acquire a right-of-way from the County of Wayne near the entrance of the Maxwell Center in order to maintain a sightline easement along the proposed sidewalk on Wayne Memorial Drive. The NC is part of Project Use 4753004A, a Wayne Memorial project for the NCDOT. The Department of Transportation has approached the county regarding acquiring a right-of-way in order to maintain a sight line along the sidewalk of Wayne Memorial Drive as part of the project. There will be no impact to the Maxwell Center sign, and there was no planned disruption to the entrance of the convention center. The Wayne Memorial project will be adding a hard median that will replace the existing traffic lane separator curb system that is in front of the entrance to the Ag Center. There will also be adding in new sidewalks on both sides of Wayne Memorial Drive. Attached in your agenda package is a street view of the property with the area that the DOT is looking to acquire highlighted in green. There is no planned construction for that area. The intent of the acquisition is simply for a site visual protection from the new sidewalk maintained without disruption from landscaping. The request from the NCDOT is that the county be willing to transfer this right-of-way for $0. We would be looking for approval of that recommendation.
Madam Chair, I move approval.
All right, there's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Dodd.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll open up public comment sections. Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, do we have
We
any-
do, we have Latrice Y. Stanley.
Good morning, Ms. Stanley.
Board of Commissioners. I'd like to thank you for listening to me and all of you that have listened to me when I've called you on the phone. I have a problem in my neighborhood. I leased some land from FEMA, 10 acres. And this was after the flood. I cleaned up that 10 acres. I had bulldozers in, and I was told that I couldn't leave a fence that was on one of the pieces of property, so I had to have a bulldozer come in and remove it at the expense. Now, this is in 2004, in April 13. That's the check for it. Cost me $350. I spent a lot of money which on that property. So they took that piece of property back, the county did, and told me, and this was 5 acres was taken back from me. And September 8th, 2014, they took 5 acres of that property back and told me it had to be rented. Every time, and the man rented, Mr. Larry Martin rented that property. And they said it could only be used to farm. Okay. Now, recently, that piece of property has been leased out to, I'm not sure, the lease does not have any signed agreement, but it's leased out to Smart Investment. And it was leased, I believe, by the county manager. But he hasn't signed it either. So I don't know if it's been totally leased or not. But that 5 acres of land, I feel like I need to have it back. Because they told me that if it was ever put back up for lease, I would have the first chance at it. Now, I maintained that land from the time after the flood. Even after that, after the man was not farming the land, I continued to cut the grass on that. Now, not only that, but now they have leased the other 5 acres to Mr. Smart Investment. And I've got a lease on that land right now, so it appears that they've got a lease, and I've got a current lease on the 5 acres that's next to my house. But I want the other 5 acres too, that I've maintained and cleaned all these years. Now, in the lease, they said it cannot be used for commercial. I've seen it used for commercial within the last month. They said that you can't have any structures on it. It's a structure on it right now. I'm asking that I get my land back it's FEMA land, but I feel that I deserve having it back. And somebody has screwed up, let's face it. Thank you for your time.
I have a
Thank you.
question for you.
Ms. Stanley?
I had a question for you. So on that, you said that the county manager, what was the date on that lease? That you said that there's no signature with the county manager?
There's no signature
What's the-
according to this now.
What's the date of that lease?
Well, let me see here. It doesn't have a date on it either. Now, this I got from the planning, so there might be one that has been signed by the county manager, and I don't have any more time.
Okay.
You're
Ms.
fine.
Stanley?
Go ahead.
Ms. Stanley, did the planning department or anyone notify you that they were gonna take back that 5 acres? Or they just took it?
They notified me, but if you look at the lease, my address is at the top, but it's addressed to Mr. Smith.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
But I acknowledge the fact that it was me. But this second 5 acres that is double leased, from best I can understand, I have been not notified they were taking it back.
What's the date on that letter that you received?
Huh?
What's the date on the letter that you received?
The first letter,
That letter that's stating that they were taking the 5 acres back.
September the 8th, 2014.
Ah,
But I cleaned that land up and maintained that land, and this check right here proves and I had been cutting grass and keeping it before that, April the 13th, 2004.
well, we have to probably get our legal team to,
Huh?
we probably have to get our legal team to look into those dates and
Well,
and
I can
stuff.
give you a copy of the check right here.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
this right here.
Can y'all get a copy of that from her, please?
Ms. Staley, were you given a reason why they were taking the 5 acres back?
Huh?
Were you given a reason why they were taking the 5 acres back?
The first 5 acres,
Yes, ma'am.
it was said that they were going to, it's on the letter right there, it said that they were going to rent it out for monetary, and Mr. Larry Martin rented that property. But the property is so poor, the land is, and every year he'd get flooded out just
Oh, yes,
about.
yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. And I know most FEMA land, the land, it's been flooded anyway, and most of it's used for agriculture now. I mean, for some type of farming or something.
Well,
That's the only thing I've known it to be
and the
used for.
second 5 acres is double leased,
Yes, ma'am.
best I can see.
Okay,
I have not been notified they were taking it back.
yes, ma'am.
And that lot number there is, let's see. The first lot number is 888 Bryan Boulevard, and the other one is 890 Bryan Boulevard.
And at the time, you weren't given any kind of,
Huh?
at the time when they sent you that letter, they didn't say, well, they was giving you any kind of right to lease it again yourself. They just told you you
I
couldn't
asked
lease
if
it.
I could rent that 5 acres, and they wouldn't rent it to me.
Okay,
Said I'd have to rent the whole thing, and we'd have to bid on renting it. But Mr. Connie Price, who's no longer with us, as you know, said anybody who had that lease before, when they pulled it, would have first option to lease it again.
yes, ma'am.
And isn't that property adjacent to your property?
It's next to my house, and I spent a lot of money cleaning it
I
up,
know you
and
have.
I
I've
can
been out
prove
there.
that. I tore down horse barns and everything.
Andrew, if you don't mind,
I have to follow up.
will you do so, please, and report back to us? Thank you, sir.
We're gonna look into it for you, Ms. Stanley. We'll get you some
Okay,
answers.
because I think by all rights, I should have that 10 acres back.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms.
The
Stanley.
man who's got it leased now has brokered. It's been being used for commercial things, and it's got signs on it and everything. And right now, to be honest with you, there's a piece of that land that's got a travel trailer sitting on
Well,
it, being rented out.
well, as far as I know, that's a violation of the FEMA land use law.
Thank you.
I'll see y'all next time, because I got another problem out there too.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stanley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Get ready to cross. Move this stanchion aside. I don't want to see you crying now. There you go.
If you're
Do we,
ready
do,
to
do we,
proceed.
do we know whose signature this is from the county?
Connie Price.
Because I can't see it.
That's Connie Price.
Yeah, Connie Price. He's the,
Signed you, I mean,
he was the former planning director.
we can speak on it
Okay, thank you.
later. We'll do some homework on it. We'll move on to county manager's report. I have nothing to report at this time for the purpose of saving some time. And then we'll move on to Board of Commissioners committee reports.
Mr. Foster?
No comment.
I really have no comment, but I would like to thank the staff, especially the finance department and our county manager for the budget they put together. I think it's fair. They had a lot of work to put into it and come back with that budget the way it is now.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciated.
Yes, sir.
Greatly appreciated. Doesn't mean we'll approve it as is, but
Right.
appreciate it.
Commissioner Rickard?
Yes, ma'am. Hadn't been quite as busy as I have in the past, but did attend the graduation out at Wayne Community College. And also went on a tour at the college and attended the ribbon cutting for the new facility at the college. Visited the Maxwell Center a couple of times. And as all know, I am having a little health issue that we're gonna beat. I just want to thank all of the commissioners and all of the staff for your support. But my doctor just says I'm gonna be okay. So y'all will stay with me for a while right on. I'm not going nowhere. That's, and on a personal note, I got a chance to go see my grandchildren, my 3 grandsons live in Greensboro. I got a chance to go Saturday night to Wilson to watch one of them play. My granddaughter just fixing to turn 16. We had a party for her last night. So on my personal side, I have had a great weekend. Thank you.
Commissioner Roy?
Jim, thank you, sir. Man said it was a pile upside down one day and had it balanced the next. So we appreciate you and your staff. I'll kind of piggyback on what Wayne said on a personal note. I got another one graduating this year, so I'm getting older and grayer. 2 down, 1 more to go. That's all.
Commissioner Daltrey?
You know, we had a good presentation today in regards to the Jetport. And this board needs to be commended of taking the initiative some years back of that reorganization. The Jetport board began the process of trying to make decisions which would bring the jetport to where it was not costing the county dollars. Now, you also heard there is limited revenue sources, and that is from the sale of fuel or for rental of the properties. And the rental of the properties there are somewhat held back because of DOT's requirement of what you can use it for and also what you can charge for it. So there's limitations, and you can only sell your fuel for just so much profit and markup. That said, the goal was to begin the process, and you can see from the investments that were put into the jetport and also the revenue, we are on a trend to actually be revenue and cost neutral. And that's primarily where we're going. The next phase in that process is actually in building those T-hangers. So you'll see that coming up here in the next few years or months in regards to finding some revenues for building T-hangers. If you build the T-hangers, then you are having spaces to rent out to bring in the aircraft, which increases your revenues from your taxes. But anyway, I just think that it's remarkable what has been accomplished over the last 4 years there at the jetport. We're going to miss Brandy, but hopefully he has trained his successor, and hopefully there will be a succession in his ideas. I also want to point out that we will be holding a facilities committee meeting at our next January 20th meeting, so that notice will be going out. We feel like it's time that we get some updates on our projects because we've got so many projects going on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, just to follow up on what Mr. Doherty said about the jetport, he mentioned DOT, the restrictions on DOT, but we've got to keep in mind, most of the money that's been spent out there has come from DOT. I mean, and if you're supplying, some of the grants is 90/10?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to kind of go along with the rules when they're spending the money, you got to kind of go along with the rules.
That's true.
I mean, because if it hadn't been for those grants like that from the DOT, we would not have what we've got at the airport.
I agree.
Very important.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Reeves?
I want to thank Commissioner Aycock for acknowledging the summer employment program, but I want to thank this board because it's no me, it's we. This board supported that summer employment program, and it's going to change the life, of some of those individuals. It's an amazing thing to create a job, and those kids that couldn't get jobs, I like for Sarah to kind of give me those names, and I may be able to pass them on to some other entrepreneurs. I may take a couple of them myself. So they don't feel like it was in vain that they applied for the county summer employment program. Secondly, I know I addressed the school board pertaining to what we are trying to do here. We are thinking about security for those kids. We are. We are seeing what our grant writers can do to get more funding to help the schools. So I don't want anybody to ever think that we're just saying no. We're never saying no. We're trying to figure out some creative ways to meet those needs. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to congratulate our 2023 graduates for their accomplishments of seeing how important education is for them. I also want to thank Wayne Community College for letting me be involved in the dedication of the new Industry Center. And like Commissioner Williams said, our schools are very important. And I still think this 1/4 of a penny should be put back on the ballot in 2024 and just identified only for school use and nothing else. I mean, doesn't hurt to try again and just identify it for school use. because that will help a whole lot, you know, going towards some of the things that we need to meet with the school boards. And that's all I have. Mr. Crumpler?
Okay.
Madam Chair, I just got one more comment, if you don't, excuse me.
Okay.
Chair. This goes out to Carol and Joel. I just want to tell you, I'm impressed with the changes I'm seeing in the civic clerk. The information we need is there. You're making changes on the fly now, and I just keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Because it's really, really helpful when I pull up my laptop and can find what I'm looking for. Okay?
Madam Chair, I will. Mr.
Yeah.
Gurley didn't speak, but then I do have something I want to say too. I just think that, you know, I was talking to an older gentleman in the gym one day, and he said, I see what you're going through, you keep struggling, but he was like, you know, sometimes when you get to a point where, you know, you age out of certain things and people don't want to change, you know what I mean? And I think that's something that we need to look at sometimes and stuff. And we're at a point right now where we can't do these things, and we're saying we can't do them because we didn't increase taxes enough. Argued that point last year, but they didn't want to do it. Now we have to turn around and do it anyway. We're steadily, I'm saying this, like, at what point are we gonna realize that we have to make some changes? And we have to do this now. We will be another year in the hole doing this next year. Another year in the hole. Another year employees are not paid. Another year teachers aren't paid. Another year we aren't getting things done. So by the time we catch up to that, we got a whole nother year of things that we need to get done. At some point, we got to make hard changes. Albert Einstein's definition of insanity is to keep doing the same thing, expecting something different. I don't want to keep giving excuses of why we're not making these changes. It's great that we building schools. All that looks good. It looks great. But how much of an impact is it really, really having in Wayne County? When our kids are lacking the education. Great school, but now the education is lacking. You know, so it's so much that we need to do. We're bragging about this, bragging about a jet port. 1% of the 1%, probably of that 1%, use that jet port. No big deal to me. Most people in here never use it. Most people in Wayne County will never use it. So we have to start looking at these things differently. And it's time to make some changes. But that's it.
That was me. I was going to give a shout out to Joe and Trent for the what they did with the air show. Everybody had a blast. I mean, it was everybody I talked to. I went Sunday, and everybody I talked to just, I mean, several come up to me and said, thank you. I said, ain't me. I said, you know, just Joe and Trent. I mean, I understand. I mean, I know we put the funding, you know, for it, but they did a outstanding job.
Absolutely, they did one outstanding job, and I'm glad they took it on. I was sick and was unable to attend at all, so or help in any way there on the ground. So I appreciate what they did. Absolutely.
If I could add, this was the first year that Joel and Trent took it on solely, but what they did was not possible without Kendall and his staff. Joel and Trent did an amazing job of the organization and making certain that the employees could benefit from it. And Kendall and his staff are the ones that made it run smoothly for them. So joint effort, and they did a fabulous job.
Yeah,
Very proud of them.
I stay close to Kendall. He had a golf cart.
Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
I did go out for a little while on Friday, but the weather was terrible, but I did make an appearance but I've heard nothing but positive about the air show. Heard some complaints about traffic, but my God, when you got that many people in town, you're gonna have traffic problems, so I just let that go in one ear and out the other. But I've heard nothing but positive, remarks about, everything about the air show and to the county staff, to the ones that was involved, and there was a lot of other groups involved that did a fantastic job too. But I just, want to thank everybody, and I try my best to be there next year. Not next year, or whenever they have it next time.
We do appreciate you, Kendall.
And Dave and his crew as well,
Yeah, Dave, yeah,
all EMS.
yeah.
Saw Dr. Cornelia, he was there on a bicycle.
Well, and the sheriff's department, I mean, everybody that was involved, we start calling names, we're gonna leave somebody out, but, all in all, the county did a fantastic job on the air show, and we don't want to leave any names out.
But that's something that is a great morale boost for our employees, and I think that's something we need to keep doing and try to expand on it a little bit each time. It's every 2 years, I think, unless COVID comes back around.
Is everybody done?
I have one other statement, and I'm sorry. Sometimes it's good that we have difference of opinions here. And I was kind of looking at what Commissioner Forster said. And he stated, about, trying to do something for the schools. I'd like for us to really, discuss this a little further later, and see if we can bring up our statewide rank from being 93rd, even if it's 92nd. We got about over 17,000 students, so we could see what we could do to bring the rating, make it a little bit lower. So I'd like to discuss that later if possible. Yeah, that's all I have.
All right, any other comments? We'll go to closed session.
Persist to consult with your attorneys to have attorney-client privilege.
Madam Chair, I move that we go to closed session.
All right, we have a motion to go in closed session. Asking everybody to clear the room, please. Thank you. Okay, we are now back in open session.
Madam Chair, may I? I know we initially had the school board here, and there was an email that was brought to my attention. I just want to share it. And it was from Dr. Lewis. He submitted this August 17th, 2022. And he stated in layman terms, I would not want anyone to think that the county reduced funding in any way. That's not the case at all. It was the stability of the local and state funding for those 2 years that helped us recover quickly from the financial hole we were in. The statistics that are posted on the DPI website don't show that. And it goes into further detail that because the county continued to fund, that's what totally brought them back into compliance. So just wanted that noted.
Do you still have that email?
I do. That email, the date on that email was?
It was August 17th, 2022.
Okay. Let's eat.
Thank you so much.
We were recessed for lunch. reconvene our June 6th regular board meeting for budget workshop.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I possibly go through my notes to kind of start us off?
Yes, sir.
And
Do I need to put the thumb drive in for it to be on these screens?
That would be nice.
Yes.
Yep, if you can switch it. And if I could point out, Madam Chair, I got my budget online.
Okay.
And I actually didn't get a book. This is the first year I have not gotten the book, and I actually use this new program. This new program lets you open up the budget in that program, and you can make notes and highlight anything you wish with your pen. And so as I go through this, it'll just go to the next note that I got, to the next note, and it'll skip all through all 299 pages, but only bring up the notes. So it's a real good program. I called and got, 10-minute lesson on how to use it. So it should be pretty simple. If I can use it, I think just about everybody can.
So is that a plug on you or a plug on Giorgio?
Giorgio, man, he knows how to tell you something, how to do this on the phone. At any rate, I've got this based upon page number and where it's located. But to start off with, my notes indicate that in the transmittal that came in from the county manager, those, for some reason, those pages were not numbered. I think this is about the third page. Are you going to pull it up there?
We're under what?
This is the front of the book.
List of officials or page 3 as far as?
See, it doesn't, well,
Let me see what you're looking at.
based upon his comments, it starts off at the top of the page, it says, assumes a 4% increase in sewer fees.
Is there a tab for it?
Now, it's in the very front there where, in your book, where,
That's the reader's guide.
oh my goodness, go on. It gets to where, there you go, now, this is the transmittal from him. Go to the next page, and the next page.
This one.
So that's the page.
Okay.
But you see, these pages are not numbered, so going forward, you need to number the pages.
Okay.
She said she ain't going for it.
Well, that's true.
I didn't say that.
All right. Because if we refer, we have nothing to refer it back to on what page. Anyway, on here, my only note on this is that we really need to consider the painters for our facilities department. I talked to Kendall, and Kendall is saying right now, last year, it's $50,000 to $55,000 that we paid for painting services. And so, in my estimation, you're coming close to what it would actually cost to have it in-house. We've got a lot of facilities, and those facilities are going to need painting. And you're either going to sub it out, or you're going to have control of having it within facilities. We have the other personnel in facilities, from electricians to heating and air. We really need to consider that. I've talked with Chip, and Chip's saying, let's look at that, let's leave it as it is, but let's look at it based upon revenues in 3 months. And I'm good with that. But I did want to bring that up, that we really need to consider the painters.
Are you talking about just one painter?
I can live with one painter, but basically Kendall is saying he really needs to have two.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's saying we really need to have two. But I'm good with Chip's recommendation that we look at that in 90 days. The next point that I had was on the next page. I'm really concerned in regards to funding for public education of the perception that the school board says we're not funding it properly. We have a funding agreement. Based upon that funding agreement, there will be an increase, just pointing out, of $448,000 and an additional $100,000 in school resource officers. So you're looking close to $550,000 of increase to the schools.
But what's the
Don't leave there yet. You say what, 100,000 for security?
100,000 for school resource officers.
Okay,
An additional,
would that not fall under security?
it would.
Yeah, but we're paying 900.
Yeah, but why? They got $11 million sitting in fund balance for security.
Well, that's a good point. If they've got 11 million.
That's what I've been told now. I mean, I have not seen the document, but I've been told they got $11 million in fund balance for security.
I've heard 7 million, I've heard 9 million, and 11 million,
So we're looking at, even at the lowest figure, at 7 million. I mean, you know.
They ought to be able to use those dollars for security. In fact, they'll need to use it almost immediately.
I mean, and that would be one of my priorities. I mean, we live in a crazy world. I mean, if they didn't have any money for security, I wouldn't have a problem with helping them because, you know, these kids need protecting. But if they've got millions of dollars sitting there and they're not using, I've got a problem with it.
Where's the security right now? I'm serious.
And I could have got bad figures now. I don't know. I'm just.
That's what they done, they put them all in between the books.
The other issue is, I would ask that our county manager request that the school board apply for an additional grant on the North Carolina lottery. Those dollars now have gone to 30 million, might have gone to 40 million for at elementary. I'm not exactly sure, but it's either 30 or 40 million for an elementary school. And with that in mind, they need to go ahead and apply.
I've asked them already.
You have?
Yes, sir, but I'll ask them again.
Please ask them again. They need to make that application, and we'll allow them, for their facilities department and their school board, to determine what is the next school that should be on that priority list. But whatever it is, you're not going to get it unless you ask for it. So we need to encourage them to go ahead and put in an application for the North Carolina lottery funds.
Well, don't they have a long-range plan? Facility plan? I mean, the
They
schools.
had one at one time. It's
They
kinda
did, but I haven't seen it
made up.
lately.
Well, I would think, I mean, you got to have a plan to build a plan to fund for it. So I would think that they would have some type of a long-range facility.
I'd like to point out, though, also, along with your funding for public education, they also received an increase for their small works capital. Am I right, Allison? And also, the General Assembly established a public school fund and building repair and renovation fund, and they received monies there over almost $600,000 this year, sitting in that.
So that will give them $3 million for.
Somebody write these figures down so we can move when we get through.
Yeah, and I mean, and the problem I'm having is that, I mean, we're saying all of these numbers, but why don't we have somebody from the school board here telling us about these numbers?
We thought they were supposed to be here.
We don't know, you know what I mean? Like, what's what? We don't know if they have 11 million, 7 million, we don't know what they have. what
We
they
know
don't
these
have,
numbers because they're in our accounts.
You know,
Yeah, they're out there. This money, we don't know what they have in their accounts. We don't have control. This is money that's funneled through the county commissioners. The state has dictated it to be that way. And the increase in small works capital was the remaining sales tax funds that were originally set aside for Fremont Stars that the county commissioners agreed to disperse with over a 3-year period to assist with small capital items. This is the last year of that allocation for that particular one that the commissioners granted.
What's the total amount that we've submitted for the school board?
For this year's budget, it's gonna be about 26,600,000 is what you would have invested in this year.
Thanks.
Counting adding 500,000 to a sewer lift station that you just added.
So on the maintenance money, how much do we give them? Is it 2 point?
You have to ask.
The normal allocation is 2 million, but the additional amount that Mr. Crumpler just referred to was $407,319, so it's $2,407,319 for this upcoming fiscal year. And
So-
that's been the amount for 3 years straight because, like he mentioned, that was the amount that was originally allocated for Fremont Stars.
So total again is what now?
$2,407,319.
2,407,319. So how much, so out of that, how much have they used? Well, I guess how much have they got left in their account?
Let me switch to this other screen real quick. 6. So right now, in this fiscal year, they have, it doesn't look like we brought that forward. They have, it looks like roughly about 1.3 million remaining.
They got $1.3 million remaining this year that they've not asked for or
And
not
that,
used.
and that does include some that was not used from last year as well, because we bring that money forward if they don't use it.
So have they, so what was this past year's money?
For 21-22, it was $2,407,319.
Oh, that's what you, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh, gotcha. I thought that was this year, that was.
It's this year as well, because it was for 3
I
years.
got you, okay.
So they basically only spent $1.1 million of their dollars.
Yeah, so they still got $1.3 million sitting out there that they ain't, but yet we don't do things, okay.
Anyway, anything more on the schools, or we want to beat that horse a little more?
Yeah, I got one.
I just wanted to fully disclose the amount of money.
26 million, tell me that number again, 26 what?
Would be about 26.6.
26,600,000.
Counting, adding 500,000 for a lift station.
Well, that's true,
Yeah.
yeah.
So $26,600,000 is what we've got invested in the
That was
school.
what you're proposed to give them this year.
Okay, and that includes the 906-ish thousand for over and above on the SROs that we.
908,552.
908,552. Does that include that money?
Yes, sir.
And that includes the IT money?
Yes.
And that includes the school on the base?
Yes.
Okay, so $26,600,000 is what we're proposing for the school system this year.
Divide that by their population.
17,004 something, I think.
It's like right at 1,500 per student, which is more than Wilson, more than Green, more than Duplin, more than Sampson, barely less than Johnston and Lenore. Don't know about the numbers that he referenced. That's a report that's prepared for the school system. This is a report prepared by the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners.
17,532 students.
Now?
Yeah. 17,532.
You said we're spending what per student?
According
They said-
to my calculations, you're just around $1,500 per student at the 17,512 students, which those numbers are from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, not from his school publication.
Now, see, those are more reliable figures in my estimation. And with that in mind, based upon our contribution per student, where do we rank with our surrounding counties?
That's
We're
15.
more than Wilson, more than Green, more than Duplin, more than Sampson, and within $50 a student of Johnston and Lenore.
Whoa, within $50 of Johnston?
Yes.
So we're 15, 18 basically, round figures.
And that's from the report that was presented at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners at their last convention.
Well, evidently, we've got a differential of people using statistics
You can make them say whatever.
to make your point.
Correct.
Correct?
So we're spending roughly 1,500 per student
15, 18, yeah.
Of local dollars.
of
Correct.
local dollars.
Completely.
Okay. Well, you can have a child that lives in Wayne County and send them to a school in Johnson County for $1,200.
They sell them to Princeton, don't they?
For $1,200.
$1,200.
Really? Madam Chair, if I can go further, on page 4, I was concerned about, I think now we've got into the budget. Page 4. Page 4, this is media cost as follows. Page 4.
Media cost.
Yep, down there at the bottom. When was the last time we looked at the cost of these maps? I think these map costs are probably 20 years old. You can't get a 11 by 17 map for $5 anywhere. So I would just ask that we look at that and get a reasonable charge on those map costs. I know, it's very little, not gonna affect your budget hardly at all, but going into next year, if you'll do it, I'll be happy. If I can go to the next item.
Take writing that down.
Okay. Got it?
He can send you his stuff too, by the way.
Staff attorney fees, those have not increased. Talked to, our staff attorney, and he's in agreement that we probably need to be in the $1,000 range on our filing fees.
What page is that on?
That is on page 9, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And the next one that I had some concern about was on page 15. I want y'all to recognize that we are providing an ambulance and personnel on a standby at an event for $41.50 per hour. Now, folks, you know good and well you can't do that. You gotta have more than $41, because there are probably gonna be 2 in the ambulance, 2 personnel and an ambulance that cost you $300,000. You can't provide that for $41.50.
I
Do what?
spoke with Dave about that yesterday after you mentioned it, and he was waiting to see if the time and a half was approved for EMS, the overtime.
Yes.
Which is in the budget, but he recommended going up to $60 per hour per staff member. So that $41.50 was per employee,
Person.
but we need to put that in the budget.
That
So
still
we
don't
do.
cover the truck though.
Well, I agree.
And when we say events now, what type of events are we looking at? I mean,
Busco Beach is an example.
Busco Beach, high school sports events. I don't want to gouge the school system there, but Busco Beach is wide open for as I'm concerned.
Does this,
I
do
mean,
we
if that
actually
makes any
charge the
difference.
schools this amount?
I'd have to go back and look at the ordinance. It's whatever falls under the definitions of the special events ordinance. Is there, there's an exemption for high school athletics, I believe, in that.
Well, I mean, and I don't have a problem with that, but I didn't want to gouge the school system just because of.
Oh, I agree.
Because of a Busco Beach.
I think there
or-
was exemptions in there for we can check on it, but I believe there's an
Okay.
exemption for high school athletics as well as the county fair, I
Yeah,
believe.
for-profit stuff, I would think that would be, county fair would be considered for-profit, I guess.
And the same thing goes in regards to tap fees. Tap fees, $300 for a 4-inch line. I bet you we haven't increased that in 30 years. I got a copy of the city of Kinston tap fees, and for a sewer tap is $1,880. I tried to get it for Goldsboro, but they did not have theirs online. Then I got the one for Fremont, and Fremont, where are you at?
We have very little activity of people tapping on anyway.
Well, you don't, but you need to adjust the fees, because all of a sudden, somebody's gonna buy a piece of land that could tap on, put an apartment complex in there, and we're gonna charge them, what, $400, $600 to tap on. And we just have to have a higher amount there. And again,
I think that-
I'm not gonna hold up a budget on this,
Right, that's per service too, though.
but if you would, in fact, look at that next year, I'm good with.
Sure, Well,
Next item, got that one. That was on page 15. Next page is page 1. It says page 1. How can that be page 1?
Every one of them's got a.
Right there, yeah, right there.
It is page 1. Page 1 was, what is sales tax HH, and why is it down $900,000?
So that is the sales tax hold harmless funds. To give you.
Hold harmless?
Yes, sir. So to give you a little bit of background on that line item, back in, Borden, was it maybe 2002 when the state took over Medicaid? When the state took over the Medicaid program from the counties, they also captured an article of sales tax revenue that the counties had been receiving to offset the cost of the state taking that program over. But they said that what the state said at the time was if the cost of that program is exceeded by the revenues they collect on that sales tax, that they would return that money to the counties. Well, Wayne County had never received any of that since 2002, up until about 2 years ago. And the reason they started receiving it, because we received this money and we had no idea why we were receiving it, the IRS said, well, because sales tax has increased so much beyond what we expected, it's Wayne County and some other counties that had not typically received this are now receiving this hold harmless money. And so I asked them, I said, well, will we continue to receive it? Will it be this much? They said, we have no way of telling you. So what they do is they give you an initial distribution, and like the other Medicaid type funds that they give you the 90% and retain 10% for a desk audit. And you will either receive more money when they finally do that audit, or you'll owe money back. Well, the first year we received more money, so we budgeted for that amount the next year, and we received a good bit. Unfortunately, the next amount, we were required to pay back a good bit amount of money. So we really do not have a lot of history for this revenue, and I don't know how to predict it. So I didn't drop it back to zero because I feel like we'll receive some, but I did drop it back to an amount that I felt like was more reflective of what our average had been over the past 2 to 3 years. That's a complicated explanation, but that's what it is.
But it all makes sense. I just saw a revenue drop there.
Yes, sir.
But that was an education, wasn't it?
That was a big hit to our budget. I mean, really and truly, that's one of the biggest hits to our budget.
Well, that's almost $1 million.
Yes, sir. It is. That, along with the adjustments to the public service utilities for real estate taxes, is two of our biggest that's two of our biggest hits as far as revenue growth this year.
So once you know what's coming in, can you make sure you let us know?
Oh, yes, sir,
what's coming in
absolutely.
periodically?
We will receive another distribution, I think, in August, or we'll find out if we have to pay some back. But at least we're a little bit better prepared this time with, if we have to pay back, it won't be such a shock. But it was just really difficult knowing with no history of the revenue line item.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion on these budget things? I know it's confusing to a lot of people, because you see these negatives. Every budget I've ever worked on, there was a title on top that said revenue or expenditures.
Okay.
That would help everybody understand a little bit better. I know it's on the second page, it says general fund, general revenue.
Right.
But sometimes on the header, operating revenue budget.
Okay.
Or something of that nature would help, knowing that it's a revenue account instead of an expenditure or whatever.
Okay.
That's just a suggestion.
Sure.
In other words, you're used to government accounting. We're not. Nobody else in the world is.
Well, that just helps break it down, for
Okay.
people that don't understand.
We don't understand the language.
I certainly, that makes total sense. We can do that for next year.
I think it would help everybody.
Okay.
Miss Barbara, I wanted to answer Well, I guess Mr. Aycock's question about the ambulances and the schools.
Yes.
The schools pay the staff member personally. It's not run through us, through our books.
Okay.
So they don't pay for the use of the ambulance or whatever.
But they pay the employee.
They pay the staff employee and they pay them $60 an hour.
Okay. Okay,
Well, then,
thank you.
then for everybody else, it should have been $60 an hour. I
Yes,
mean-
sir.
Okay. All right, page 2.
We can actually do that now, can't we? Whatever y'all, if you make a recommendation and y'all, all agree to it, we can implement the changes before we, you can adopt it with the pending changes.
Yes.
We'll make the changes now.
What
Yes,
was the
that's-
recommendation, $60 an hour, and what else?
Well, you
What was
wanted
the
to go up on the connection fees for sewer, you wanted to, go up
Staff
on the
attorney fees.
maps in the tax
Maps.
office, and then the, fees there for.
Because we hadn't voted on the budget, we can
No,
change them now.
I
That's your
agree.
budget, I mean, that's what you're doing.
Well, what I'm saying is, we're talking about, I mean, the cost
These
of
are
doing
revenues.
business is not going down, especially with EMS, when we're losing 7 point some odd million
Right.
dollars. I mean, just,
Some of these are insignificant
Yeah, I get it,
charges.
yeah.
You bet.
Well, I agree, some
We
of
can
them
make
are.
We can change it, it's doable.
All right, anyway,
We have to remember this when we're paying employees too.
Right.
page 2. I see interest income has skyrocketed. I mean, and I don't know who to give the pat on the back to, but
I'll take it.
Yes, Allison.
I'm just kidding. I
Told
knew
you
you
it
would
was
pick
real.
up on that.
you do. See, I can go where the millions are.
Page 2.
Y'all, this is big news here, because the bank, on page 2,
Of what tab?
and we're, just page, oh, I'm sorry, this is the second page.
Well, it's, you have different tabs and they got different.
I ain't got no tab on,
Well, this is-
online.
They're
It's the
numerical.
general revenues, Miss Barbara. It says
Okay.
it's right here.
The next,
Okay.
this is the next page.
But anyway, in '22, the county received $23,000 in interest from our bank
Yeah.
for the dollars that we had on deposit. In '23, it was $75,000. They now have negotiated with this bank, and it's going to be $1.8 million. Now, that's what they should have been paying us all along.
I agree.
Understand, the county of Wayne probably keeps on deposit, what do you reckon, $100 million that the bank has use for, that they're paying us 0.25% on?
is that,
There's a couple of things that are happening here.
Okay, go ahead.
There is some renegotiation that has taken place, and, Neil Benton has worked with us on getting, well, let me back up a little bit. We've also had an influx of cash. Now, let me be specific. I'm talking about grant-related revenue, opioid funds, ARP funds. So our cash balance has increased over the last couple of years. So recognizing that trend, Neil has worked with us to put it into an account that, since the market has changed, would help us earn more interest. But also, in addition to that, we have moved more money over to the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, which is a pooled investment fund that local governments can invest in. And as interest rates have risen, it has benefited us to move those additional monies over there. So just recently, we moved, quite a substantial more, about $30 million more, because it was earning more than what we could in our existing account.
Is that account insured?
Yes, sir. And we also take advantage of short-term, long-term investments. Right now, it's more short-term. And I work with a broker on that, but we have an investment policy that we make sure we stay within. So it's a very strict guidelines on what we can invest in, but with the market being what it is, we've been able to take advantage of more varied types of investments and better interest rates to produce a better earnings revenue for the county. So, it's product of some renegotiation of these grant monies we've received and being able to earn money on that. Now, the ARP interest earned, we can use back pretty much like we want to in general funds. The opioid money, as far as I know, unless they change it, would have to go back into the opioid fund. So some of those have to be kept separate. But it has been a very good result for us overall. So
is that the money, have we deposited the money that we're getting we're using for we borrowed for the buildings?
yes, and those are accounted for, those are actually outside of what you're seeing.
Okay.
Those are accounted for in a separate fund. The interest earned on those have to be tracked and have to be reported on, especially in a higher interest rate environment like we're in right now. We do have to be careful that we will probably run into arbitrage, which is where the IRS says you can't make more money off of borrowed funds than what you borrow it for, or you have to pay it back to them. So that has to be tracked separately and would be outside of what you're seeing in that particular line item.
Joe, did you look at the percentage increase it was?
I did.
1,900?
I just wanted to make sure the board's aware that our finance office is working hard to actually maximize a return back to us. And we just want to give you a big thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Job well done.
Job well done. Next item I have is under rental. I just don't see where we are accounting for the rental income from the Busman building of $180,000. Can you tell me where that is? Because all I'm showing on rental income is $35,000.
Under general fund.
I'm sorry, this was again on page 2.
I have to look at, we
What?
may not have included that.
I beg your pardon?
That's a good catch. I don't think that is in there.
I don't think it is either. And I worked hard for days to try to find one error.
Well, we could have showed you.
You might get your painters after all.
Huh?
You might get your painters after all.
That's right. We will definitely get that corrected. Thank you.
That was what was the figure again?
It was $180,000 because remember it's 10 months at 18,000. So I thought y'all hit it somewhere, but I couldn't find it.
I got a question for Allison, Joe, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
The transfer to general fund and transfer SRF and transfer CPF, could you explain that a little bit?
Sure. The transfers from general fund, that is transfers from some of our other subsidiary general funds. So the two that would include would be Fund 113, which is the school sales tax fund. That is where, per our agreement with the schools, their sales tax is used for debt service on school-related debt service. So we transfer the portion that's required for that out of the school sales tax fund into our fund. The other part of that, the bulk of it, is the money that the board set aside from the prior property tax increases for the debt service on DSS, health, and jail. That is going to be transferred out of that specific fund, which is Fund 119, into the general fund because that debt service begins in this coming up budget year. So that's what the transfer is from general fund. The transfer from SRF is our special revenue funds, and that is the street assessments. So as you recall, back in 2017 when we did our limited obligation bonds, part of that borrowing was for the street paving project in Canterbury and North Creek. And so the funds that the homeowners have paid back to the county every year when we have our debt service, we transfer that money over to cover that debt service.
Are we collecting all of that?
We are, the bulk of that has been collected on, but they had up to 10 years so yes, sir.
I was thinking it was 10 years.
Yes, sir. Some people went ahead and paid it off early, some people are doing the 10 years.
Okay.
And then finally, transfer CPF is from capital project funds, and that is from your capital project funds. That it's the Fund 490, right? So we have a capital project fund that's set aside specifically for capital that the departments have been approved for the fiscal year. We used to keep it in the general fund, but now we keep it in a separate fund, and they have to requisition it as they get quotes and things like that for it. So what we do is we budget for that transfer to come into the general fund as they requisition the items down. So that's what that part represents.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, now I'm going all the way to page 23.
Oh, mercy.
Under what tab?
I'm not sure what tab that is. Can you let us know what tab that is?
What's the header for it? I mean, on the
Probably
screen.
still the general fund.
Central Services.
Okay.
All right, you're right. I can go and find that, and it should be the tab.
Then 23. Okay.
And I asked this yesterday, but then I forgot what the answer was, so I'm gonna ask it again. Under rental of building, why would Central Services be paying out $374,000 in rental of building?
That's for the ag building.
Is that
That's
all
paying
of
the
it?
Maxwell. I'm not sure it's all of it, that's part of it.
Okay, let me look that up real quick.
22.
23. Rental buildings is 54, 12.
So it's pretty much all of it. So that is the amount that represents cooperative extension, soil and water, 4-H, the general fund departments that essentially rent space from the Maxwell Center, because the Maxwell Center is accounted for in a proprietary fund. We essentially charge rent to the general fund departments and bill the general fund for those departments that are housed in the Maxwell Center and charge to 110-4200. So that's what that amount represents.
But the rent, they actually pay those, most of it comes from the state and from the feds, doesn't it?
No, sir, that amount is only like, let me see. Well, I say most of it's not. Let me go to 667.
But that would be income.
That would be income in the
Okay,
Maxwell Center
okay,
fund, yes.
Okay.
This amount is an expenditure to the general fund for those departments that essentially rent from the Maxwell Center
Okay,
office
I
space.
misunderstood.
Okay. I remember that answer now. And now to page 32, and that's under the tab of Sheriff's Office.
Okay,
And that was the fuel. The fuel took a big increase, and
Spoke with them yesterday, and they based their budget on gallons, not necessarily price. And when they did this in February, this was where it was at, but they did offer to keep it the same, so that will save us $158,000.
that the sheriff talked to him this morning, he said, yeah, they had miscalculated on that. So you're going to reduce that by,
$158,000
and we're going to take the 158 and put it under contingency?
contingency, yes, sir.
And you all are good with that?
Yeah.
I would think that's
Any
what we
problem.
would do with anything you adjust
Okay.
this year, like the revenue increases, the fee increases, that we will put the additional money in contingency.
And this is was a general comment. This is under page 38, which is day reporting. Under day reporting, we need to do all we can to encourage the use of day reporting to keep individuals out of our jail, because if we get them on an ankle bracelet, they pay for their food, they pay for their medical, they pay for everything at home, versus if they go if we incarcerate them, we're responsible for everything. So anything we can do to expand day reporting, we need to do. And I was shocked to hear Chip say yesterday, we are the only county
remaining that has a day reporting center. Am I correct?
My knowledge, that's it.
It looks like every county would be doing this.
Maybe they're doing something different that we don't know about.
Well, you know what?
Well, it was a grant-funded program at one time, and the funding ran out, and this board, back in history, took on the cost and the burden of running it. So a lot of counties dropped out once the grant, 3 years of grant funding, I think is what it was.
Well, in the long run, it's costing them more, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, also,
Probably.
to get off subject, I know we talked about trying to get a public defender's office here. So I don't know if we made any calls yet to try to get that started. That'd save us a whole lot of money too with carrying costs with having incarcerated people who don't have any legal representation. So.
It's a good point. Well, anything we can do to keep people out of jail, I think is to our benefit. But I didn't have any adjustment. I just wanted to bring that up as I was going through this. And I think that brings me all the way, that is all of my comments.
Okay, is anybody else? Commissioner Hardison?
Nope, I'm good.
Commissioner Foster?
Once again, like, I still need to get a better understanding of the numbers with the Jetport, Maxway Center also. I'm seeing the negatives, but I want to know, like, is it saying that you have grant funds, saying that we're actually losing $3 million, well, almost $3 million at the Maxwell Center per year, or is there some other funds coming in from somewhere else? Same thing with the Jetport. We having millions of dollars lost there. Is there money coming in from somewhere else that's covering that? It's just saying negative, so I got to go off the negative.
So, I'll take the Jetport first. So that's Fund 632 in your tabs.
Can you tell me the page number?
Good point.
Page 272.
Is what?
272 on the, as a county page on the laptop, not the actual page.
272?
That's under airport?
It's close to the bottom, Caleb.
Yeah.
Close to
it's one of
this
the blue
page
tabs.
There you go.
specifically?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Okay, so the page that she has pulled up right now,
Thank you.
revenues are reported as in budget for governmental accounting. Revenues are reported as credits with the minus in front of it. So this is just revenues that you're seeing in front of you. And so that amount that you're seeing, the total under 2024 county manager, $3,033,651.50. Of that amount, 1.7 million is grant revenues coming in. And then you have revenues for avgas and fuel, jet fuel. You have rental income from the hangars. And then you have utility reimbursements and miscellaneous revenue, as well as transfers from the general fund. That makes up all your revenues. So then if you go to the next page, Kayla, you're going to start seeing your expenditures. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see that the total for those expenditures match what the total is for your revenues, so that you have a balanced budget for Jetport. Because our individual funds, they do have to balance the revenues against expenditures. So these pages represent your expenditures. So the revenues, when you look at those, the part that Brandon was talking about earlier that really represents what the county is putting into it is that line item that says transfers from GF or transfers from general fund. And I think that was around.
What page you on?
That goes back to that first page, Kayla. So
This is page 184, and then the first page is page.
This is it. That was it.
go back down, Kayla. You had it. Right there.
94.
Yeah. I wanted to show you that the revenues balance with the expenditures, but under these revenues right here, the one you see for $258,362.50, that's really the amount of what the county is having to put in for the year. And that is really, I think the bulk of it is really made up of the amount that we match for the grants.
Page 94.
I don't have a 94.
That's minus the ad valorem tax too, correct?
No, see, we don't, you don't budget.
I'm just talking about as far as what he brings in into the.
So like last year, you would have transferred 129, for this current year, $129,727. However, you received into general fund 84,000 in property taxes from the aircraft out there, which would have left a $45,000 balance roughly. $45,727
So
to be
basically, the
exact.
round figures, when it's all said and done, it's costing us $45,000 out of
For this
pocket.
current year. Now, that changes based upon what type of grants you have.
Right.
And what type of matches that we have to come up with year to year.
Right.
This past year wasn't as much as we're proposed for this coming year, because you've got several grants out there, for the coming year.
Okay, but what, this is my thing. Okay, so you have these grants, you putting the money out. That's money coming from one pot going to another. All right. How, even though we're getting grant money, how are we counting that grant money towards these? I mean, I understand that they're going for projects, right? But to me, it's like, it's confusing, because it's like, it's counting as money that we're making. But are we really making it, or is it just going towards a certain project? Because if we didn't have a jet port, we wouldn't
Right.
have that, $400,000 going to these grants, nor would we have that money coming in. So it's just a lot of numbers, but my bottom line is even with that, just say, you say, well, you spent 400,000, we're getting back 12 million. Okay, but we spent 400,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? Regardless of what that projects were for, technically, we're not really getting the money per se back. It's just to keep up or do whatever we have to do at the jet port. We still spent $400,000.
Right.
So it's a lot of stuff here, and it's just confusing to me. And I mean, I like, this is what we spent, this is what we're bringing in, this is what putting out, and I can't see that from this. You know what I'm saying? And I'm great with numbers, and I'm confused as I don't know what today. You know what I mean? Looking at this, so and I know you're way better. I ain't even close, but it's just. I like a better breakdown so I can understand it better, because still, even with what's being said, just say you take the 45,000 that we're losing, you say for, what's that?
That's this current year, we would be, if you take into account the general fund received $84,000 of tax money from the aircraft out there, that would have left our general transfer, only at 45,727 or whatever it was, I said. Yeah, 45,727 would have been.
So we're only spending 100 and how much?
To balance this current year is proposed at 129,727, because there was not as much grant activity in this current year.
Right.
So it didn't, now that goes up and down year to year based upon what type, you saw him with his drainage grant, and he's got a grant for a lift station.
And we're trying to get a grant for the perimeter
fence,
fence.
and so that fluctuates for what your cost share might be, but.
So salaries, maintenance, everything that we spend out to the jet port is only $100 and some thousand a year.
You're only this current year 45,727 into the negative.
Because you also have some other revenues that offset some of those salaries, like your jet fuel, gas, and rental income.
Right.
So that also helps offset some of your operating money as well.
Do we have anybody waiting for hangars now?
You have a waiting list. The last time I was talking with them about it.
And we do, and our plan is, we've already got the pad ready.
Yeah, I understand
So the
that.
pad is ready, and we were wanting to build T-hanger, which would accommodate, I believe, it's 12 aircraft.
Yeah.
And we're going to try to use, what's the funds that we get from the federal government or somebody?
Oh, I
There's
know
some
what you-
monies that coming in.
Yes, I know
that
what
we're
you're
gonna try
talking
to use
about.
those dollars. But we haven't got that finalized yet. So we're trying to add the additional shelters to bring in additional aircraft, which will bring additional rent to offset our operating expenses and additional taxes. So probably with this addition, we're hoping to break even.
So where it says rental income, it's got 180,000, it's got 286. What is
Let
that?
me see rental income.
Rental income,
180,000 is 2022.
I know that, but what, it's 286, what's the difference? I mean, what's the, is,
That's the difference in hangar, you know, who's the rental of hangar space.
but what I'm saying, so we've got some, okay, so we had some that were,
I think that's pretty clear, though, in regards to how much of an increase we have
that's
put
what
on
we
the
went up.
rental expense.
Right,
We have really gone up on our
Right.
rental expense. Because back in I think in actual, this first number is 22, 22 was 180 and it's up to a 286.
No,
So,
that's what I was getting to, that's
yeah,
what I thought.
we've gone up
So
about
it's
100 grand.
Plus, you also purchased several hangars,
Well, now that's true, we got more hangars.
added on to the, you know, some of the privately owned ones are now owned, you
Right.
may purchase.
I'm still lost here. So we have you're saying, all of these numbers add up to how much money? Salary and wages, Medicare, retirement, hospitalization, just everything add up to how much?
so if you're looking at expenditures, the total expenditures for the Jetport adds up to $3,033,651.50, which
Okay.
matches the revenues that we're receiving.
But now take the grant dollars out of that.
So if you take the grant dollars out of that, let me find my mouse here.
Poor me.
Yeah, you transfer that from the general fund.
Well, we really need to take out, yeah.
So these line items need identified as revenue. Because, you know, people don't, anything in the minus is revenue.
While she's looking, Chip, at one time there was talk about UNC putting a fixed wing plane here. Is that kind of gone by the wayside?
You'd have to ask Mr. Joe.
It has. They promised, in fact, in the agreement, they were gonna bring a jet.
Yeah.
And we have fought them about getting a jet, and I don't think that jet's ever coming to Wayne County. And again, if they brought the jet to Wayne County, that's taxable as Wayne County.
Because UNC does not own those helicopters and planes. They're leased or owned by somebody else. So therefore, the taxes do have to be paid.
They do,
Yeah, okay.
but we never got the jet.
Well, we got 2 helicopters though, haven't
We do, but we wanted the jet.
I understand that.
We wanted the jet. We haven't given up, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get it.
So if you take the total budget for the Jetport and subtract out the grant revenues only, that leaves you with a budget of $1,328,752. And that would be the amount that is supported by your fuel sales, your rental income, and a little bit of miscellaneous reimbursements, and then transfers from the general fund.
Say that one more time for me, please.
Sure. So that, if you take out the grant revenues, that would leave you with a budget of $1,328,752. And that amount is being supported by your fuel sales, your rental income, some miscellaneous revenue, it's very small, less than $10,000, and then transfers from general fund.
so we got almost $2.9 million worth of grants, funds.
No, it's $1.7 million of grant revenue.
So, okay. And
How do I do that? Oh,
the grant revenue has been used for projects, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are these projects listed in all of these numbers?
So the projects you'll see in the expenditures, Kayla, if you'll go down a couple of pages, it would be page 96 probably.
See, all these pages are not in our manuals.
Go back up. I'm sorry, I was looking at that page number printed on it. Okay, right there. So if you see the numbers, 1,661,000 and 150,000, and then the 60,000, those are all capital outlay, and I think all of that is grant funded partially. And usually, now I'm using a blanket statement here because I don't have the specific project funding breakdowns in front of me, but typically those projects are 90% funded, and then the county has to provide around a 10% match. That's the typical breakdown. It can vary a little bit. So that's where those grant revenues are supporting the bulk of those projects.
And just like that fence project, if I'm not mistaken, is possibility of 100%.
100%, yeah. I mean, there are cows on the runway.
So that's 2024.
Yes, sir. That's the
2023 and 2022, that's $0, correct? That's what's here.
Yeah, there was less grant funding.
Right.
Okay, it's less grant funding, but then we still have a negative 1.9 million. And then a revised negative 4 million here in 2022 and 2023.
What page you on?
Well, it's 93 in our book, and it's skipping to between 93 and 182.
That's your revenues and negatives. That's the funny accounting, governmental accounting, anything in negative is revenue.
It's revenue.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, everything in negative is a plus, actually.
So, okay, then if that's the case, then we have still down here 1,364,000, which is not in the negative. And then in 2023 revised, we have 1,647,000. That's not a negative.
Right.
So I'm still questioning. I'm still confused, rather, to what's going on with this million and a half dollars.
Under which column?
2022 and 2023.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, it's 6324530.
And then in 2024, it jumps to 3 million, which the 1,600,000 is added in and 150,000 is added in.
So, I'm gonna take 2022 first. So in 2022, and you've got, let's see, that one's actual. We did not receive as much grant revenues that year. And then the expenditures, we received like 879,000, it looks like, in grant revenues. And see, some of this is timing in grant revenues and grant expenditures. Some of this we have to spend up front and then get reimbursement back.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that too, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking at it saying actual in 2022 is passed. We're halfway in 2023 and we're revising some things, or it's just saying still over $1 million. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to figure out, are we losing this money? Or is this money somewhere else that's not identified on the sheet? Because that's a lot of money to be losing, and you know what I mean, for a service that very few people benefit from. That's what I'm asking.
No, sir, we have not lost it. So, in 2023 actuals, We have received, and mine might be a little more up-to-date than yours because I'm looking at it on real time, and yours is as of the date it was printed, which was probably
In May.
So, what I'm looking at right now shows that grant revenues in this year received to date is 2.5 million. And our expenditures for grant-related projects is a little under 2.5 million, actually 2.4 million. And so we've actually received back a little more than what we've even spent, which could be that we've received some from prior year grant expenditures. So it is a difference. Budget is cash, is considered cash basis, so we're budgeting for things spent and received in the year, it's not adjusted for accruals at that time, at this time. And so you
within-
can't have timing
So
differences.
so you saying this was the May what? When did we get this?
So the copy that you're looking at would have been printed in May. And then what I've got here is as of today. So on my screen, I've got real-time
So
information.
we've received over $2 million
Yes, sir. In grant revenues for,
In a month.
Sir?
In a month, we received $2.5 million.
I can look and see what the timing of it was. It looks like the bulk of it came in prior, well, all of it would have come in prior to May. So, Kayla, can you scroll that page back up to the revenue? So you're gonna go up a couple of pages. All right, so, I'm sorry, go up one more page.
In the fund balance, it says 2.584,320,000.
Yes, and I'm not sure why it's not
Actual's
showing.
not on here.
It sure, that's what it, yep, you're exactly right, the actual's not on here. That's the difference.
That's all budget.
So that 2.584, Mr. Foster, that you're seeing, it was actually received. So you're looking at budget and then actual was received as well. It's just that column is not showing up on your report.
Then, I mean, if it's not showing up on my report, I don't know what I'm actually voting for right now at this point. Like, I mean, are we 1.6 million negative, or are we not?
Well,
I mean, for past years in 2022, it's saying 1.3 million, but then we're saying that the money might come in at a later time. I don't know what was prior to that, because I really didn't even pay attention to certain things like that, so I don't know what was prior. I will have to go back and look at those numbers, but I'm just saying, like, it seems to be some trending of losing way more than $40,000 at the Jetport per year. I could be wrong, but it's nowhere up here that's saying that we're only losing $40,000. I mean, that I can tell. I mean, absolutely nowhere. And this is like misleading to me, but then I'm supposed to vote on it, and I don't know how I can do that.
Well, so you're voting on the column for 2024. So what we were just looking at was 2023. 2023's already been voted on. So you would be voting for what's under 2024.
Even under 2024, it's 3 million.
Right, and it's balanced by the expenditures of 3 million.
Correct. So you're voting on a transfer of $258,362.50 to balance the budget there. But also consider you'll make $84,000 of tax receivables in your general fund. It would reduce that amount
I
further.
get what you're saying, but that's not in this report. I can't see that. Maybe everybody else can. I apologize, but it doesn't seem, I don't know at this point, because it's just saying two totally different things from one to the other, and it's a little misleading in my opinion, so I don't know. Because even if you're saying it's balanced, then where's the $40,000 coming from? because the $40,000 is not listed up here. It shouldn't be the same number on both pages if we're losing money there. So that's still incorrect if that's the case.
So when we present our budgets, we have to present balanced budgets for each fund. So what you're talking about, the $40,000 would be included in that $258,000 transfers from general. Because we can't, when we present a budget to you all, the revenue has to match the expenditure, because otherwise it would be considered out of balance for the fund. So that's why you're not seeing like a net loss of $40,000. When anytime we do what's called zero-based balanced budgets, which means that when we give you the budgets, it's in total, the revenues and the expenditures minus the expenditures are going to equal zero, because it has to balance. So you'll never be able to approve a budget where your revenues are more than expenditures or your expenditures are more than your revenues. It will always be zero. It'll always balance.
Every department, not
Right.
just this department.
Okay.
I hesitate to even say anything, but as confusing as government accounting is, the only way I could grasp of trying to figure out these budgets was to basically look at the department and go to the line that says transfer from general fund. If I go to that line there, that tells me in the budget how much is coming from the county's general fund to balance this out. In other words, most of these departments are getting grant funds, they're getting funds from the state, they're getting funds from DSS, they're getting funds all places. I'm not concerned about those dollars. I'm concerned about how much money comes from the taxpayers of Wayne County. And if you go to that line in that department of general fund transfer, that's how much money. So $258,362.50 is coming from county tax dollars. All the rest of that's fluff in my mind. Now, out of the $258,000, I want to know how much of that we're getting from other sources. And the only other source you get it from is from what? No, not from rental. That actually, that's not in this budget, is going to be from taxes.
Property taxes.
Property taxes. And that's how much?
$84,000.
84,000. So you take the 84 away from that, and that's the balance that is coming from our dollars.
Which is $128,000.
Now, in that includes those matches for the grants.
Correct.
If that helps at all. May not.
If in that includes matches for the grants, how much of that did we spend on grants that's coming out of general fund? Because it's still a loss. How much is that coming out of general fund? Just for grants?
Do you have that amount, Jana, split out?
It would be on that CIP summary sheet on the
Okay,
drive.
give me just a second.
So out of the $250,000, a portion of that is grant match. And you're right, it's a cost.
Cost of doing business.
Think this is.
Well, while she's looking, we mentioned, the sites, the 3 site plans that's already ready for hangar. You said one was a T hangar, and we've got people waiting for the hangars. Can those hangars be built with grant money, or it's got to come out of our money? And if we build them, how long is it going to take us to get the money back through rental?
And there's where the problem is. And that's why I've not proposed that we spend our dollars to build.
Okay.
Because the return, it would be 50 years.
Yeah.
And so we don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that.
So we are trying to get other revenue sources to build the T hangars.
Okay.
And you're right.
Right. I mean,
I wouldn't come to this board and
kind of money
That's
and
right.
not get it back in the short term.
That's right. And I wouldn't come to the board and ask y'all to do that.
Okay.
My good buddy over here would beat me up if I did.
So roughly 166,000 is what is required of the county for the grant match. The rest of it would be grant funded. The rest of it's-
166 of the 258.
Yes, sir.
Subtract that for me right quick.
Okay.
258, 360, 250, and
258, 362.
now agreed, it's an expense and it's a cost. Because if we didn't have the airport, we wouldn't be getting the grants, and if we didn't get the grants, we wouldn't be putting the 10% in. So it is an expense.
92,363.
So 92,363 is the bottom line number that you would have if you didn't get the grants. Now take away your property tax.
84, so now we're less than 40,000.
Yeah, we are.
So that's costing us $12,000 to operate it.
And I agree with you,
I'm just saying the grant is still money that we're spending, regardless of what we're getting back. You can't just take it out and say, we're not spending it. We're still spending it. So it's still 200.
Yeah, but we're spending it, it's like it's a capital improvement. I mean, you spend it to make it back.
I understand it's a capital improvement, but what I'm saying is you're still spending the money. You can't just say, oh, well, we're getting this or getting that. We're still spending the money regardless. That's just my point. I wanted to know how much money are we spending at the Jetport per year that are taxpayers'
And
money.
it was 258 last year.
99.999% of our taxpayers don't use. That's what I wanted to know. That's the bottom line that I was trying to get to.
Okay.
And it's more than $40,000.
Okay.
My next would be the Maxwell Center.
Okay.
I think it's starting on 94.
And do you know what page number that is on my thing? 276.
Next one.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Foster, before you go there, may I add to what you stated?
Yes.
We don't have a lot of individuals here in the county that have access to. We don't have a lot of individuals that have access to that airport. I would like to see something like Johnson County has, where they have a restaurant. So even if you don't have a plane, even if you're not gonna get on a plane, you can go there and see planes take off. You know, that'd be a great investment where people in the county get a chance to say, this is where our tax dollars are going at. We get a chance to enjoy it. We get a chance to go on the airfield as well. So that's something that we need to take a trip maybe to Johnson County, to their airport, see what they're doing, see if we can do that.
Good food.
You can tear down that old T
Yes.
hangar. We'll put a restaurant right there and build a new T hangar on the other side. That thing.
You gonna cook brisket?
Yeah.
Good point.
Four.
However, I can assure you, we do not have the traffic built up at our Jetport that they do at Johnson County. So we gotta build our traffic up, and once we do that, we'll have some demand for the use of the restaurants.
Well, the Johnson County Airport, they don't have a lot of traffic, but what they do have is they have people learning how to be pilots. So you get to see people who can't halfway land come in and land their planes.
Waiting for a
See that anywhere.
Good point.
Good
Fun
stuff.
day at the airport.
Yes.
Let's move on.
So,
Maxwell Center.
Maxwell Center.
Yes.
is this the right page?
Yes.
Yes.
What page you on, 95?
94.
So for the
got
Maxwell
95
Center,
for
they do not have any grant revenues this year.
I don't have a 95.
Mine's 94.
I'll wait just a second.
Page 276 on the actual PDF.
Yeah.
So
but
for you,
it's 94 in our book.
94 in our book.
How did I get that without
All the
struggling?
way up at the top. All the way
You
down.
should be able to type
what?
it in.
Oh. And type in the number. 277.
276.
Or type in Jetport.
Or Maxwell Center.
What are you looking at in the book?
Go back.
Go back.
What are you looking at in the
I'm
book?
on 94.
You got a 94?
is where I'm at.
Yeah.
I got a 95.
I only got a page 90.
Mine is 95.
94 is where I'm on.
Yes, I got
Maxwell
94.
Center, but I'm on.
Straight.
It's right there at the end. It's like third from the end.
Yeah, I don't even have a 95.
I don't know.
I don't believe mine is. It's like
180, 183.
That's what mine says.
And the 3
I do think this needs to be Note some here. Sure. And after I get them all on there, I can go between these two, and it scrolls to the next one, the next one, the next one. But I never knew how to get all the way to the back here. Just go to the search.
Okay, are we there yet?
We are.
Okay. So, for Maxwell Student Center, just to kind of brief overview, so you see the revenues, there under 2024 County Manager, are made up of a variety of line items. They don't receive any grant revenues, at least not typically. So their revenue line items are things like, beer sales, liquor sales, rental of facilities, rental income. You'll see a line item that says 40 of 50% occupancy tax. That's the agreed upon amount that we receive from the city's occupancy tax. You see labor, security, food, beverages. These are all revenue line items that the Maxwell Center charges for when people sign contracts to rent the facility. You see food, beverage commission. I believe that's what they get from the caterers' fees, if I'm not mistaken. And then down towards the bottom, you'll see transfers from general fund.
That's my line.
That's Mr. Daughtry's line. And fund balance appropriated. So in this particular fund, you'll see the transfers are much larger. So 1.6 million, okay? The majority of that amount is debt service. So if you flip forward to the expenditures, so Kayla, so these are your revenues. So now Kayla, go forward and go forward another page, and go forward one more page for me right there. Okay.
Right.
Go forward one more. Let me see. Okay, right here. This page has the debt service on the Maxwell Center. And you'll see there is principal and interest. That total is a little over $1 million. So of that 1.6 that's transferred from the general fund, over $1 million of it is just debt service. So we knew going into this that was going to be something we would have to transfer funds for each year. Now, Kayla, go back up a page, I believe it is.
It's got it broke down right up at the top of it. It's principal is 661 and
Yeah.
interest is 339.
Yeah. The rest of these would be your typical operating expenses. And Kayla, if you'll go up one more page besides that. I do want to point out, and this is one of Mr. Daughtry's favorites, is indirect costs. You'll see a large number, $955,845. So that is what we call really a non-cash cost. And I point this out because that really represents the balance of what we're transferring money for. Indirect cost is charged to these different funds, and it's representative of your central service departments that have expenditures in these funds. So that would be like finances cost of what we provide to Maxwell. It would more importantly be things like facilities cost, IT's cost, county manager, staff attorney, the mail services, all of your central services departments that really their customers are our other departments. This is where we charge them, but it's a non-cash line item. We're not billing them and then getting a check back, but we do charge it in their budget. So that amount represents the remainder of what we transfer from the general fund. So the rest of it is supported by operations from the Maxwell Center and the amount that we receive from the City of Goldsboro out of their occupancy tax.
Why is the fund balance appropriation, last year it was 4 million, and it's 67,000 this year
Let me look at that.
on page 94.
4,000, and then it went to 67,000.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
And that was what now?
Oh, because it was so little last year.
The fund balance appropriation, the last item, the last one, right there.
Was there something specific we were doing? No, we were just, maintenance and repairs.
Oh, yeah, remember.
Was it air conditioning?
Or is it the wallpaper?
did take the wall down. We talked about it.
We did. They had a little bit of fund balance that we felt was sufficient for us to use for one-time repairs, which I think is the wallpaper, is part of the cost of having to replace all that wallpaper. It's not all of it.
There you go, Joe, there's your painter right there.
The wallpaper was falling down.
Yes, the moisture coming out of the air conditioner was peeling the wallpaper off the wall.
It's not all of the cost, but we felt like we had enough to at least appropriate funds for part of it.
Wallpaper in it.
So as
Or a
far
house.
as the Maxwell
Or a
Center
outhouse.
goes, are we in the positive or negative each year? Because I'm still don't see that number that I'm looking for. That's what I want to know. Because if I go back to the jet board, I can say what was the $2,584,000 for in 2023 under fund balance appropriation. If we're going to talk about the 67,000 this year, so I'm just trying to figure out like what are we spending versus what we are bringing in.
We're spending 1.6, but that is because of debt
Of
on
$1
the
million.
building
Right.
and because of indirect costs.
Okay.
So that 1.6 is really what's sustaining it beyond the revenues it's earning.
So
How
that's
many more
beyond the
years?
revenue that we're earning.
How many more
Right.
years do we
Okay.
have?
But a big part of that is debt service.
Yes, sir. So the debt service is for 20 years, so, and it began in 2017, so it would go
Okay.
through 2037.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's I mean, that's the bottom line that I'm trying to get to. It's like, okay, I understand it's debt services and you got to pay for the building. But I'm
Right.
just saying, like, when you pay for a building, and it's a business, you want it to cover that cost plus the cost of everything else.
Right.
But we're not covering that. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to. And like I said, even just the numbers alone, like, I'm just, it's just confusing. Maybe not for some, but it is for me. And I like numbers, but.
I mean, I think it's a great question though, because of this, we're hearing that we're always booked up there. So you would think we'd be seeing a positive, revenue.
Yeah, so I mean, over the next 20 years, we're already a few years in anyway, but for 20 years, if we're losing 1.5 million a year times 20, that's $30 million we're gonna lose. We're still in the negative before we even pay for the building. And then talking about going to the future, even if it's paid for, we're gonna have by that time, we're gonna have maintenance. That's, gonna have to pay for certain things that's gonna cost more than what it does over the first 20 years. Just hoping that stuff doesn't break down that bad. Technology's gonna change and everything else, so we're just losing a lot of money there, and we're gonna pretty much continue to if we don't figure out a way to get it booked more and to get more events in there to make more money.
And I mean, James really could probably speak more intelligently about this than I could, but I know, like, I've heard him talk about when the hotel is built, that the type of events that they're able to book because of the hotel being next door will change. And I'm assuming that means, bigger money contracts because they're gonna have more people with each contract and more space needed. I don't know if he has projections on that, but I have heard him mention that. But I know that's not for right now, but I do understand what you're saying.
So did I hear that right? It's $1.6 million,
Yes, sir. That's the transfer
and then it's cost us basically $1 million in,
for debt service.
so it's basically cost us $600,000 to keep it.
Right.
All right, now what's included in that 600,000?
That's the indirect cost. So that's a charge basically for all your.
Now there I've got a problem.
That's the one.
Why would you charge almost $1 million in indirect cost to the Maxwell Center?
Because we do it for all of our funds.
But it's $1 million. I mean, think about that for a minute. You're charging $1 million in indirect cost. I mean, I understand that all your staff is important and IT's important, but $1 million to Maxwell Center?
Right.
How can you justify that?
Well, it includes depreciation too, so that's a large part of
Well,
that.
now, wait a minute. Now, we all know that depreciation really ain't money.
True.
So how much of that is depreciation?
That's depreciation, not money.
It's got depreciation, right?
When you
It's-
gonna,
It's not money.
how you gonna rebuild it if you don't?
Depreciation is not
Okay,
money.
all right.
Give me just a second, I can look up. what
So let's
that-
find out what's included in the 600
Okay.
or the million.
Well, you got a depreciation line item.
Because I agree with Commissioner Foster, we're losing money there, but what are we losing it on?
Because we can't even rent a space for free,
Well, no.
you know, so.
That's why.
And we do need to have a dollar amount of how much we are subsidizing the Maxwell Center. Now, we all knew when we built it that we were going to have to, but what's the trend? Is the trend getting worse or is it getting better?
I think it would be getting worse with the
Well,
inflation.
I think once the
So
hotel
far,
comes
it's
in
about
there,
the
it's going to
same.
make a
Your-
tremendous difference, but
Your
I'd like to know the
transfer,
trend
your transfer from general funds 1.6.
this coming year.
Yeah.
In this budget.
It was 1.5 last year.
There's 1.5.
Then it was 1.6 the year before that.
But if that's just an increase depreciation cost, I'm not that concerned about it.
Yes, it's hard to rent, pay for a building that's capacity. Does that, one question I have is, does that, the amount we're paying for the building, does that include the side for cooperative extension, the ag center side?
Yes.
It does.
So
and it
you're
includes-
paying for more building than just what the,
But we do have revenue
We
to
got that
offset
revenue.
the,
that's
that's under
true,
the
but
rental income.
is that,
That 300.
does that cover it?
But the 374 is on central services, is it not?
Well, but we recognize it as revenue in the Maxwell Center.
You do.
We do.
But that don't come off to 600,000, it doesn't.
It's not included in the 600,000.
Right, well, I mean,
It's separate. I'm still looking.
Do y'all do this just to confuse us even more?
Okay, of the 930,000, well, what was the indirect cost I told you, 900?
955,
The
825.
depreciation amount is 523,000. So over half of it.
Over half of it is depreciation.
That's right.
So our actual cost is not a loss of 600, it's a loss of,
400.
how much?
400.
I'm sorry, I don't look at it that way. If I got 1.6 from the general fund coming, and $1 million of it is debt service, I only got $600,000 less.
Right.
Now, if $500,000 of that is in fact depreciation, you're only losing $120,000 a year.
Right.
On a new building like this without a hotel, that ain't bad. I know it sounds bad, but
Well, I understand your breakdown, but even if we're paying for it, if we're losing, we're losing.
We are.
All that money add up. You know what I'm saying?
It does.
We could try to sugarcoat it and make it look the best we can. I get it, I do. But, I just like to see red and green numbers, so I know what I'm looking at. It's just been a little confusing for me, but I know, I wouldn't want your job. I don't care what anybody here pays me. So, I just had those questions, but I thank you though.
Oh, sure, no problem.
This is governmental accounting at its
It
finest.
sure is.
and in taking it the next step, we do need to have a simplified way of saying in this fund, if we're transferring 1.6 and $1 million of it is debt service, there's $600,000 that's left. Out of the 600, $500,000 of it's depreciation. You're losing $106,000 in next year. That's about what, $9,000 a month? Because I think the taxpayer needs to know that.
That'd be a great idea for next year. They could do a summary before each.
A summary, okay.
Summary
But
before
let's
You know,
just make
she's
it simple.
retiring, so she's happy to.
I know that.
Obligate us.
Maybe we're gonna make sure we call you on that day.
They
We-
come up with a good idea. Put some numbers in green and some numbers in red.
That's the way I'm used to looking at budgets. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? It's just green and red, so then you know
Yeah.
the red is the negative, the green is positive at the end of the day. And regardless of whatever we're using the money for, whatever it's for, you want to look at that bottom line and say, okay, well, we're losing money here. I would like to figure out a way, what can we do out to the Maxwell Center that, the hotel hopefully will bring in more people that we
Right.
aren't even having to pay that $1 million a year in the payment, that we're coming out ahead. Same thing with the Jetport. I want us to come out ahead. What can we do? You know what I mean? What are things that other places are doing so we can figure it out? You know what I mean? I don't have all the answers, but my thing is, so then we can take that money and put it somewhere else that we need it for. Because no matter how much we raise taxes, you know, we still kind of sort of run out of money if we wasting money. You know what I mean? Or money is going to somewhere that hopefully we could be making a profit. You know, so that's what I like to see.
Okay.
At the end of the day.
So a minus $1.6 million in green next year will be actually a plus, right?
We'll see.
Also, I warn you, don't lose sight on your return on investment and your impact to the local economy by operating a venue such as the Baxter Center or the airport. We don't account for those dollars here, but it has substantial impact to all the hotels, local businesses, restaurants, people that are coming here to visit here, buying fuel here, coming here for an event. That is a dollar amount.
Kind of what Ms. Barber alluded to earlier with Cooper Standard coming in and out with parts back in the day.
Yeah,
I mean, you know.
man, we would have died.
Just throw that
there.
out there.
You know, and it's an economy thing
Yeah.
too.
I mean, I agree with you, Chip. It's just, for me, sometimes I've looked at
Oh,
those
I
numbers, and
understand.
it's so hard to identify what's what. I mean, we could say the air show brought in $20 million,
Right.
but that's a guess
How do
because
you
we,
quantify it.
half of the people could have came here and only spent $10 on base. But we're averaging it at, they're spending X amount of dollars, you know what I'm saying? No different than Memorial Day weekend. I mean, every hotel was booked, every venue was booked. During the air show, nobody rented any of the venues because everything was out there at the air show. So, you know, it's hard to kind of sort of justify those numbers a lot of time on what the impact is. So.
The same way.
Well, I spent $39 on a funnel cake and some nachos at the base, I can promise you.
$39?
$39, 17 and 12, I throwed up.
But let me ask you this: where was the company out of? The
I don't know,
food
but
truck.
they were actually pretty good.
See, but that's the thing.
pork
Like,
wasn't good, but I mean.
like, I was at a food truck rally here, and I bought some fish. It was great. But then I find out, look them up. They're from Raleigh.
Oh, really?
So it's like sometimes we're thinking that we're benefiting this county, but the money's really going back with them when they leave.
So, I
you
mean,
know.
you need to go that venture next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, really?
So what?
I said, you need to do that venture next time then.
They have a master vendor, and if the master vendor doesn't follow back up with you, then you can't get on base.
But you know what you gotta do? You got to get him a portion of your money
Yeah.
that you make on base, the federal government. Just like if you go to an island out in the water and cook, if you get within so many feet of that island, you got to give the state park service a certain percentage of what you make. That was the reason I paid $39.
Does any of the other commissioners have anything on the budget?
Well, I mean, one more thing. Miss Annie is here, and I wanted to know, like, what the actual difference was in the raising the board salary over there at the election board. And I know we chose, well, in the budget it's half, correct?
What did you say? What'd you say?
The Board of Elections, the amount that's in the budget to raise their salaries is how much?
For the staff or the board members?
The board members.
The board members, they requested 9,000, the increase was, and it was, recommended at half of that, 4,500.
45.
So what is that per, what did he get paid now? $250 a month?
Correct.
And you say, and there's how many board members?
5.
You say it's 4,500?
So I recommended, in my budget, I put $400 per month based on the conversation that we had, that I had with you all back in December. And you told me there was not really an issue with it as long as I put it in the budget. So the issue is back in December is you didn't want to approve the budget amendment because it wasn't. You need to come up to the microphone.
So that's a 30% increase, right?
Yeah, they're at 250 right now, that she was requesting to go to 400, right?
So a 60% increase is what the request was. And we agreed to half of it, which is 30%.
Well, I put 400 in my budget, 400 a month. And that was based on research that I did for other counties, okay? And the additional duties that the board members are having to take up at the Board of Elections now. So you can probably agree that $250 a month is not a great amount for the work that they do, especially during the presidential year. So when you're saying that you're gonna increase it by 60%, or I'm asking to increase it by 60%, they're underpaid in the beginning. So $250 a month, to me, is a gross underpayment for them, for the amount of duties that they have to perform. And that just keeps increasing and increasing and increasing. When I came to you back in December, I had brought up the $400, because remember, I did a budget amendment and it was denied. And one of the board members came here and talked to y'all and offered me to come and explain to y'all. So I did. And it was my understanding back in that December meeting that you didn't have a problem with the increase, it was just that it wasn't in the budget for that year. So to put it in the budget for this next year, which I did, and then at the last board meeting, I was never notified that my recommendation wasn't even gonna be the recommendation. At the last board meeting, I was watching it and I found out that the county manager put $325 instead of $400. So that's when I asked to come and speak with y'all, not just about that issue, but about some other issues that we'll have going forward with this budget year in elections. So I didn't just arbitrarily come up with $400 a month. I did my own study of different counties around, surrounding counties around our county. And I also looked at the different responsibilities and duties that they have had added to their plate. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with these 5 board members, because I could get 5 brand-new board members on June 27th. We have board appointments coming up. It has to do, for me, with the position and what the amount of work that I see them having to take on, especially in these general election years. You know, they're, for $400 a month, they're coming to, you know, it's not just one board meeting. We have absentee board meetings that are, we have 6 now per election cycle. We have canvass, we have election day meetings, we have emergency meetings, we have, you know, different speaking engagements that they're asked to go to, or I'm asked to go to. I try to refrain from speaking engagements and send the board because they're the authority. Right now, we have photo ID coming up. They're gonna be asked to go out and speak to different groups, you know, probably all through the whole next election cycle. So for that, not to mention the different phone calls that they get from candidates about campaign finance, about rule changes, law changes, about meeting dates, they really work hard, and for $250 a month, I just don't think that that is sufficient for the work that they do. They don't get any other stipend except for when we travel. They don't get a phone stipend or anything like that. They're using their own resources a lot of times to perform their duties as board members. And so my recommendation was $400 a month for the 5 board members that will be appointed on June 27th. Now, whether or not you decide to do that, that's up to you. But based on that conversation back in December, it was my interpretation from that conversation that that was what, if I put it in the budget, that you would consider it. But it wasn't even put in the budget. It was marked down to $325 without my even knowing.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to acknowledge that they do work very hard. And one thing you didn't mention, when there's extreme scenarios that occur, voter challenging, you know,
correct,
election challenges, then they have to come in, they have to do their research, and I could attest because I had to go through that scenario. I think my colleague went through it at one point as well.
They're a quasi-judicial board, so they're
Yes.
not just a board, they're quasi-judicial, they act as, you know, in a legal capacity as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I ask a question? And this is a loaded question.
Sure.
Do you know just a ballpark figure on about how many hours a week they put in? And I know that's a loaded question.
It just depends on what is going on in the world of elections. Right now, we're dealing with some different laws, some different legal opinions that came down from the North Carolina Supreme Court where we're having to shift everything. So they're dealing with a lot of phone calls about felon voting rights, about voter photo ID, because people tend to call them instead of calling us, even though.
And the phone call would include what? Would include the hours? I mean,
Correct, yeah. I would say it's just dependent upon the election cycle. We're gonna start candidate filing in July, so they're gonna be going full steam, in July with whatever, because with candidate filing comes candidate challenges, residency challenges, things like that. So in June, are they doing a lot? No, not really. But in July, August, September, October, November, December, going into then a presidential primary in March, a possible presidential primary runoff in.
There's no doubt about that.
Exactly, and then a general election year, 2024. So, I mean, it balances out in my mind. I wouldn't be advocating for it if I didn't think that they didn't do their
And
work.
part of our questioning it, no disrespect to your department at all, but we've got other boards that make their about nothing. And sometimes it makes us look bad to give one board right much money and another one don't give them basically anything. But then again, the ones that's getting the lesser money doesn't do near the work that your board does. I mean, it's a darn you do and darn if you don't.
I mean, but that's no different than any department or whatever. I mean, that's just a part of doing business. I mean, one department might require everybody to have degrees and they make more money versus another department might not require that, so they don't make as much money. So, I mean, I don't know, you know what I mean? As far as your research, you said all the surrounding counties paid more than Wayne County?
They're the similarly sized surrounding counties.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And some pay thousands of dollars a month. Obviously, we can't do that, but, because they can't make more than us, but.
So you remember the ones that you the ones that you polled or whatever, I say polled, whatever, the counties?
Mhm.
You remember those?
I had them in the original
Oh, do
budget
you?
amendment that I did for y'all back in December.
Got it. All right.
Have you got that? Jan?
September or December.
Janice, have you got that? Madam Chair.
So just a quick question. Why was the 4,500 taken out? I mean, we don't have any, do we have a reason why? I mean, 4,500 is not a significant amount of money, and I feel like make a big difference.
Before you explain, I was just gonna say, hey, can you find it somewhere else, Mr. County Manager?
That, if you would like to put it in there, it's your budget now. When I presented it 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, it was my budget.
Yes.
I based my decision based upon the fact that we have over 50 boards with this county. Most of those 50 receive no monies. We have boards that work just as hard, just as diligently, month after month, and some of them receive nothing, such as your planning board, which probably does as much as the Board of Commissioners. If you would like to grant it, that's not that much money.
And Madam
That would be
Chair,
your decision. I thought that half was a fair rate. That's 30% increase in.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
having served on the Board of Elections, the Board of Elections appointment is an honorary position. It is not simply a position that is bestowed from the standpoint of the workload. It's
Correct.
not. What this was splitting the baby. It did not fully fulfill what the request was. But I admire Chip for the fact of saying, I'm gonna step out of line here just a bit, even though other boards are not receiving any increase, and most of them serve at zero, so they double their salary. But what I'm saying is, it was a compromise.
Right.
And I'm a little bit taken back
Right.
that there's pushback from an increase that we're putting on a board that's an honorary position. These positions and appointments are from the governor,
Can I
and the
respond to that?
recommendations coming from our local political parties.
Correct.
And I never complained about my workload, and I don't think that other members would complain either. They would take it in the manner in which it's meant, and that is, we honor you by appointing you to the Board of Elections.
And statute says that we have to pay them a certain amount, and we do. We pay them well over that. But I will argue that the workload to be a Board of Elections member has increased dramatically.
I'm sure it
And the environment, the political environment and climate has increased dramatically for the negative. So we're very, very lucky to have these people that, you know,
I
will
totally agree
to
with
do
you. I
it.
totally agree with you on that.
Right. And
But
so
this was a start, and I just,
Yeah.
I'm a little taken back that there's pushback from an increase.
Well, there's pushback because there wasn't a lot of transparency in this process. To me, I found out, I do my budget. I go to a budget meeting with the board chairman, my board chairman, and I am told nothing about my budget with the county manager and everyone
But
else in there.
could I comment on that?
Can I finish
That's-
what I'm saying? Or?
Well,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. And then I sat there was no comment on the amount, the board member increase. And it was clearly in the budget. I don't find out that you couldn't have sent me an email or something just so I could give the board members a heads up. Or, great idea, Munis, you put in, anytime somebody goes in and changes the budget, maybe an automated email that says, hey, Mr. Crumpler adjusted this line item to this amount, so that I have some knowledge and I'm not just
Can I address that, Mr.
blindsided.
No, let me address it since
Okay.
I got cut off.
Gotcha.
Maybe you're not understanding the process.
I do understand
The process here is you make a recommendation as a department head.
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what the budget's gonna be.
Correct.
You made a recommendation.
Correct.
The county manager looks at the recommendation, and then he either agrees with it or modifies it.
Correct.
He decided to modify this particular entry.
Correct.
I can promise you, y'all ain't the only one that got cut.
And I don't understand why you're acting like that is something special that we didn't approve what you recommended.
I don't think there's any problem with me coming to advocate for it. Whether or not you all approve it or not is up to you all, whether or not he puts it in his
Well,
budget, but
I
I'm still
appreciate you
going to
acknowledging
advocate.
that.
Right,
I do.
Madam Chair,
just like I'm going to advocate for myself.
I mean, at the end of the day, the issue that I have with this is that, once again, it comes down to not wanting to really change something again. And it's a control thing, it's a power thing, it's just simple over $4,500. You're talking about, you're looking at other counties, whether it be teacher stipend, security for schools, wages, whatever it may be. We're looking at the surrounding counties to figure out what they're doing so we can head in that direction. Once again, we're still kicking the can down the road again because of $4,500. I mean, at the end of the day, the people do the job, whether you're elected, however the position is, it's a paid board. Bottom line, it's paid. Why should we pay our people the least amount out of all the counties our size? I don't want to, but if everybody else is comfortable with that, then that's fine. Then again, we're doing the least again. I'm perfectly fine with it. But that's just what we're looking at hand over a difference of $4,500 over a year. We're not talking a month. We're talking about a year. You know what I'm saying? And that's the sad thing that I'm looking at. But we can turn around and spend money other places that it's kind of sort of irrelevant. I mean, most people, how many voters we have in Wayne County?
76,000.
76,000 people. You know, a lot of the boards,
Registered vote.
Correct.
a lot of people aren't, I mean, a lot of these boards don't have to do what they do. And that's the reason why it's a paid board. If planning isn't a paid board, then it isn't. That's not this board's fault. So, I mean, I just look at it like, I mean, I don't know, it's fine. Chip made that decision. We have a decision to make at the end of the day. I feel the temperature of the board. I know how it's gonna go. Cool with it. But once again, it's that point that I've been making all day, is that here we are again over $4,500 that we can't say, okay, but we can easily take $4,500 of taxpayer money that the 1% of the 1% of the 1% that's only using the Jetport. I have an issue with that.
I think overall, that Chip said that it's a drop in the bucket. You just said that. It's a drop in the bucket. I think for what we get out of the election board, in my opinion, that is worth doing it, you know. I really do. So I hope that this board hasn't made up their mind as of yet and will consider doing this.
Well, it's been brought up several times by other boards. I would suggest that we look at what some of the other boards are doing and what they're getting compensated. And we just kind of look at it as a blanket piece. I mean, it's not fair that we've got boards that are doing important work that are not gonna get an increase. That's just Chris's opinion. I mean, you got people out here to do things that, or boards to do things that we don't even know about. You take the planning board does some things that could actually do what we do. You know, and, you know, so I think we need to look at that. I mean, that's, you know, if we're going, I know nothing against I was on the Board of Elections as well, nothing against giving them 30% or 60%, but if we're gonna give somebody 30%, we need to look at all people involved and look at the boards that do things. I mean, there's some things you've got boards that you've got that are volunteer per se, and you got some that do more work. And that's something that I think we might look at as a whole. It might come down that we look at it that everybody gets a 10% increase, you know, based on what I'm hearing. I'm just, because there's several people's brought up other boards, you know.
Can I ask if you just make a decision on this one here, whether you are or aren't, and then next year, through the year, we can take a look at the other boards, would be my recommendation.
They were making how much, 250?
250, I think is what.
Okay, and she asked for 450,
400.
400, and you gave her
325.
325? Okay, well, this may not have a thing in the world to do with it, but I served on the county planning board for 9 years. I got paid $15 a month and one meal. And a lot of times when plats would come before us that I didn't understand exactly what they were, I would take my personal vehicle and go look at it, and I didn't get a dime for that.
Same here, Wayne. I was on the planning board and did the same.
I mean, and no disrespect to your board now, I'm just stating that when we probably need to look at boards across the board.
Madam Chair, let me ask Commissioner Hardison. I don't think there's a more important board than our hospital board. How much do you get paid by serving on the hospital board?
Zero.
Let me also say this, another very important area is our community college. Commissioner Aycock, how much do you get paid for serving on the college community?
I do not get paid anything, and I just got sent 12 tickets that I was mandatory to sell.
Mandatory.
And I ended up buying half of it.
So my point is that it's kind of hard to turn around and give a 60% increase to one board where you got other boards that are extremely important that are getting zero. So I have no problem with us. I thought it was a fair compromise to go ahead and approve half. And then let's study our boards and commissions and see whether or not we need to have an honorarium for these other boards and commissions. So I think that was the thought that Chip had, and we were trying just to move the ball somewhat, compromise.
Madam Chair, I respect everybody's opinion here, but at the same time, they have someone advocating. They have someone advocating, and I think our other boards, they could follow suit. But for today, we should focus on what's in front of us today. That's my opinion.
Madam Chair, I agree with Commissioner Williams, but I mean, my thing is, if you're on a board that doesn't get paid, then it just doesn't get paid. Like, you know that sitting on that board. It's not, it's not a question, but to bring it up versus a board that's getting paid, and that it's law that they get paid versus a board that is not. It's not a comparison. You know what I mean? And we're coming up with excuses or whatever over $4,500 just because we sit here and we have the power to do it, which is sad to me. Again, it's sad. And that's the type of board that we are. We're sitting here over $4,500, which is sad because we don't want to give these people this money to do their job. That is sad to me. I mean, we can go ahead, we can go with the budget, whatever y'all want to do, but that's just a point of just pure sadness. But you turn around and say, oh, we can put money here, there for everything else, but $4,500. That's not even going to be a difference in hardly anything around here. That's the problem that we have. We're sitting here talking about. That's terrible. I'm sad to even be a commissioner, even have to talk about that.
Mr. Cropper, I got a few questions about their budget. On professional services, last year was $4,000. This year it's $31,150. Why was that big increase?
You have to look at the details, Allison.
I think the bulk of the increases in her budget, and you can probably speak better to this, depends on how many elections she's budgeting for
Okay.
each year.
Temporary service went from $160,552 to $396,000.
Additional elections.
I have 4 elections.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
Rental building went from $2,850 to $14,200.
For polling place, we pay the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, polling places, more elections. Those go up and down depending upon what their business
I know in
election cycle
22 was
is.
53, and then.
I remember you had a surplus, of, I believe.
In 2020, we had a surplus HAVA funds that we gave back to the county for debt service on the voting equipment. We typically have a surplus that we're able to give back at the end of the fiscal year because of, runoffs. We budget for runoffs and things like that, then they don't happen. This coming up year, part of why I was here today was to let y'all know that I think it was April 30th, there was some major lawsuits that were decided by the North Carolina Supreme Court that are going to affect my budget for this coming year, that I didn't have time to get in the budget because the court rulings were April 30th. So voter photo ID, that's going to cost us some money. There is no money in the state's budget for that, so we're going to have to, get creative and do some crunching of resources that we have, maybe asking public affairs for some resources for that kind of stuff. Supplies like the hardware and software for voter ID, there's no funding for it.
Have you got any estimate on what that costs?
Not yet. We don't even know.
But it's gonna be in the thousands. A photo ID to implement, if the state does not provide the dollars, we're gonna have to.
Right.
And also in her defense, a lot of places don't even want her using their building to vote in. You can pretty much take what you want to, I understand, but a lot of them, they don't want you there to start with.
Yeah, and I understand because.
I understand it too,
Yeah.
but then again, you've got to give the citizens somewhere. That's their right is to go vote. And
Right.
But it's,
Well, there's that laws, those lawsuits just got decided and passed. There's also some new legislation that's going through the Senate, North Carolina Senate right now. And I'm not sure of the status of it, but that's gonna have even bigger ramifications when they're trying to shorten the one-stop early voting period to 10 days versus 17. Well, I budgeted for 17. at a certain amount of sites, so now I might have to amend my budget for 10 days at more sites, if that kind of makes sense. Signature verification, that's going to take hardware and software again.
So they're gonna shorten the days, but you're gonna expand the sites?
They're going to shorten the days to, well, they're proposed to shorten the days to 10 early voting days. So right now we have 17, which we're able to spread over, three or four.
But you don't have any
sites.
control over that. You got, that's
The board, yeah.
But it's 10, they're shortening it to 10 days, but
Right, but if you don't expand sites, you're going to have lines,
that's kind of defeats the
incredible
purpose,
line. It defeats the purpose,
I
exactly.
mean, if you're gonna, I think the whole purpose behind the
Yeah. Well, we just have to come up with some creative ways to make sure that people still have the opportunity to get out to vote with what the law is currently telling us, how we manage that. It also does away with same-day registration, increases provisional registration. All of these different law changes have effects on every single component in elections. Even absentee by mail voting, now I have to check IDs for absentee by mail. I have to redo all the envelope stock that I bought last year. I have to just discard that and,
I wouldn't discard it, I'd hold on to it, because you don't ever.
Right, and that's what we do. We stockpile things, and then 2 or 3 years later, if the law doesn't change back to that exact law, then we get rid of it. But in the Senate now is increased record retention. I'm gonna need more room if I have to retain all these records for 10 years. So just a lot of different things coming down the pike right now that may have financial impacts on our budget for this fiscal year that I did not budget for. So I just wanted to throw
Well,
that out there.
I would say we would definitely have to recognize
Yeah.
that we are going to have a budget amendment in regards to Board of Elections. Your costs are gonna go up.
Yeah. But if we could, if the city of Goldsboro doesn't have their primary, or if we don't have a runoff, then we should be okay. But other
Don't
than
expect
that.
that.
Yeah.
my personal opinion is 2024 is gonna be a crazy year.
Yeah, I don't know where I'll be in 2024.
In the interest of moving this issue beyond over the last hour conversation, I'd like to make a motion that we accept Chip's recommendation in regards to the funding for the board members.
Discussion? Discussion?
Discussion.
Thank you. Again, our esteemed county manager stated, it's a drop in the bucket, that it is available. I'm sure our finance team could pick pennies and we could take care of that, sir.
Agreed. Again, I'm just trying to force the vote in regards to on this particular issue.
Yes, sir.
And since that's the recommendation of the county manager, I'm making the motion that we accept his recommendation.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to accept the county manager's recommendations. Are we gonna
We're
vote
gonna
on
have
it?
to vote anyway.
Thank
I don't
you.
have a motion set up for that one.
Thank you.
You get it?
Can you raise them high, please?
It's hard to see down here.
Thank you. All those voting no?
I understand.
But I would, I'm not gonna make this in the form of a motion, but, I think next year we need to look at it again.
I think you need to look at all boards.
I think we need to look at all boards next year. I mean, really.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And Madam Chair, in the interest of trying to move this forward, if I can,
Yes.
and I'm gonna make these in individual motions. First motion is that we modify the recommended budget to double the cost of media cost. Those are those printed maps that are, you can buy one for $5, that there will be to double those costs. And if you call for a vote on each one of these, but I don't want to lump them all together because you may agree to some and may not agree to all.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to increase the medium cost.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So is this gonna, I mean, how is this gonna affect as far as budget-wise? I mean, is this something
It
that,
would be additional revenue, estimated revenue, we come up with that dollar amount. But it'd be the maps that the tax office and the, planning office
Correct.
prints for the public.
let's not reinvent the wheel again?
Oh, no, it's the same maps, it's just,
No, I'm talking about the, I mean,
No,
We can't print them maps without.
you can't do that.
no, it's
I mean,
basically.
we can't gouge, but you can't print them for $5.
Yeah.
What's that?
All right, you
Yeah.
You call for a vote?
Yeah, call for a vote. Okay.
All those opposed?
so you voted against your own motion?
Bob did, didn't I? Number two, I move that we increase the staff attorney filing fees to $1,000.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to increase the staff fees for the attorney. Is that correct?
That's correct.
To what?
To $1,000.
$1,000.
It currently is $850.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Number three, that we increase the ambulance standby to $60 per hour per person.
She went outside.
Well, she left. But wasn't that her?
Yes,
That was his recommendation, wasn't it? $60.
That was Dave's recommendation.
per person.
$60 per hour per person for the ambulance standby and our standby for QVR to $45.50 per person.
All right, we have a motion.
QVR what?
$45.50.
QRV, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's QVR. It's QRV, I'm sorry. To $45.50 per hour per person.
Okay, you have a motion on the floor.
So actually, does that include the ambulance, or that just?
It does. We're right
QRV
now.
is just a quick response. Oh, yeah, the motion is for both of them.
But is that for the ambulance too? So $60 an hour?
$60 per person.
So that's
per hour.
$120 an hour for,
For
Ambulance.
ambulance.
That's what
to-
Dave recommended. They called him.
that's mighty, that's mighty cheap for that truck, I would think. I mean, just,
Well,
More than what we were charging.
It is, but it's one of them lesser, one of those evils. That's a service that wouldn't,
yeah, but this, most of these things are for-profit places. They're
It is.
they're going to, I mean, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we got somebody stand out there for $120 an hour with a $300,000 truck.
because it does exclude school functions. You're right about that.
I would make sure.
Would you want to modify that?
If they weren't out there and they had a call, they'd still be responding for
That's correct.
$0. If you didn't have that ordinance in place. There's the other side to it.
I got you.
Ready?
Yep.
Got a motion on the floor, $60 per person
Per hour
per hour.
for ambulance and $45.50 per hour per person for QRV,
Okay,
not
All those
QVR.
in favor? All those opposed?
Mr. Decker?
Next motion is that we increase our tap fee, sewer tap fees, which have not been increased probably in 25 years, for a 4-inch to $1,500, which is less than the municipalities, and above 4-inch to $2,500.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor
And that's-
to increase.
Hold on just a second, y'all. I type fast, but I'm,
Is that that's over
I'll
the
make sure I get it
equipment,
right.
correct? That's over
Sewer
the
fees.
equipment, that's just the tap. That's just
That's
our
just
fee.
the tap.
Right,
Yeah.
just our fee for the tap,
Yeah.
not the.
That's correct.
Have any more discussion on that?
no, I need to clarify just a moment, please. Sewer tap fees, 4-inch, 1,500.
Above 4-inch, 2,500.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
And two more, that we increase our rental income by $180 in our budgeted amount for the Busman building.
Motion on the floor, any discussion?
No.
By $180,000.
Didn't I say $180,000?
$180.
Did I say $180? I'm sorry, $180,000.
Really fixed it.
Increase the rental income by $180,000 for the Busman building.
Correct.
All those in favor?
Whoa, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
We've got to have some discussion.
Are you increasing it or just putting it in the budget?
Just putting it
'Cause it's
in the
already-
budget.
it's- but so you're not increasing it, so that statement needs to change.
Well-
Just need to put it in the budget.
Well, we are increasing that line item by $180,000.
Because it's not in the budget.
It's not in, right, you're right, it's not in the budget.
So change that to a motion to increase the rental income line item.
Okay.
So, okay,
To include.
so two of those,
There you go.
so this is the year that two of those months are for,
Or they're forgiven.
is 10 months.
Yeah, it's 10 months. 2 months were forgiven.
okay. Now, first, this is your 2 months to get back, right?
Okay. Any more discussion on that?
All those in favor?
And the last one was, and I don't have this figure, and that is in the sheriff's department to reduce the vehicle fuel line item, and I think it was 160,000. Does anybody have that number? Janice left.
She's out there talking.
Was it 163? How much? 158,000, okay, we'll use that.
That's what I had in my notes. It just took me a minute to find it.
For discussion.
Okay, open for discussion.
I'm good with reducing it, but, you might well get ready for budget amendments.
Well,
Because
it's going
fuel,
to a contingency, so that way if we do. It's going to contingency that we kind of have for fuel, so that way if we have overages, we can pull from that.
And I'll amend my
Because fuel-
budget to include that it go to contingency.
Right.
right, okay, because the fuel is not gonna come down.
Agreed.
I've lost my contact at the pipeline, but he still knows a little bit, but fuel is not, fuel's not coming down.
Saudis is in cut their shortage again.
So I'm gonna add in there, Allison, to, place that in contingency so
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay.
All those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Can we go back to Mr. Daugherty's, motion on the QRV vehicle fee? I think they stepped out and spoke to Janice. I believe Dave's recommendation was to do 60 on the QRV as well as 60 on the ambulance.
Madam Chair, I'm modifying my motion from $45.50 per hour to $60 per hour on the QRV.
Okay, any discussion on that?
All those in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Basically paramedics.
So that was unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody from school could come back. I
Teamwork
tried my text.
makes the dream work.
He never showed up. Thanks, Chris.
Okay, do we have anything else?
Oh, yes. Would somebody like to make a motion that we adopt the amended budget?
So move.
Motion to adopt the 23-24 budget. Any
I do
discussion?
believe- Yes.
You gonna vote by hand or by machine?
I'm gonna do it by the machine. Hold on just a second.
I'm
I've
closing it.
already closed up.
I've
made
got
that
Commissioner
motion?
Williams. She can vote for you. Just say, if you've already shut it down, then tell her how you want her to vote.
Who made the motion? Commissioner Williams? If I need to vote for you, please let me know. Yes, Ms. Barbara?
We want
Yeah,
to
you
show
need
it on
to vote
the,
for me, yes.
didn't come up.
hey, do you want to put it
So you was, no, well, you gotta go back to the wing,
Mine go through?
No.
I just voted.
How about mine, Carol?
Hold on, let me start over.
Man.
Sorry. Okay, see if that works.
I'll vote twice, yes.
Okay, Mr. Aycock, you're the only one that didn't.
He's already shut down, so he
Okay,
wants you to
so-
vote for him?
Okay. All right.
Great job, Sheila.
It was a great job.
Yeah. And your staff.
And if I could, Madam Chair, 11th budget, this was probably the best prepared that I've seen. Good job. I really did.
Hey, let's say that louder. Craig Honeycutt, listen to John.
It really was a great job.
I appreciate the work that this board does. This board's not unlike any other board. You put a lot of time and a lot of effort, and you're underpaid for the work you do. I recognize that, and I hope the public recognizes that, because it's easy to sit outside and say, I'm gonna take this job and I'm gonna fulfill it and do the best I can, and then when you come in, you find out what's really involved. I'd like to thank all the departments that are part of this budget process, preparing this budget, especially the finance office, the department managers and the finance office, and Allison and Janice. This is Janice's last budget. We're gonna miss her, but she's gonna retire and have some time off, and it's deserved. And I'd like to personally thank the two of y'all for all the work through the years. So, thank y'all.
Madam Clerk, I would like to thank everybody that was involved in it, because it's a long, drawn-out process, and it's a lot of money, and, you know, they take on the task because they know that we want to try to spend the taxpayers' dollars as fruitful if we can, but really, the 7 of us makes the decisions, but 7 of us does not do the work. I mean, it's the staff and our managers and that does the work, you know, and I want to thank the rest of the board. We don't always agree, but when we leave from here, we're still friends, and it's a pleasure to serve with all of y'all.
Commissioner Aycock. Exactly. Any more questions or anything to bring before the board? I will, does anybody want to adjourn?
I got a graduation for you. So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor to adjourn.